Hello and welcome to this first lesson of this course. We're going to start straight away with an introduction of what you're going to see through all this course. I'm just going to keep it nice, raw and unedited, so there's not going to be much of any editing and stuff like this. So I'm just going to be me talking with most of the time a Word document in front, just like this one. So no much fluff, we'll just carry on with this. We're going to have a look what is the potential of Amazon KDP and what does it mean to be a self-publisher. So let's start with a very important concept. That's the main concept. Amazon Publishing or Amazon KDP is the simplest online business to start from scratch, without any doubt. Is the easiest one, is the fastest one. You can start from one day to the other one, and is the most, let's say, responsive one in terms of returns, especially if you compare it to stuff like drop shipping, Amazon FBA, private label trading, all that sort of online business that people normally look into when they want to have a side hustle or stuff like this. So you don't have to worry about having skills, advanced skills, or even normal skills anyway. So you don't have to worry too much about that. You don't need any advanced skills. I've seen plenty of people that they come from a totally different background or to any age, from ranging from 15, 16 years old to 75 years old and plus, that they making this working. So you shouldn't worry about that. So you don't need any kind of experience. So don't worry if you're not coming from an online business before. Don't worry if you are not very savvy with your computer. I've seen people coming from all sorts of backgrounds, and even if you come from the brick and mortars, or from, if you're a lorry driver, if you work in a factory, if you are a manager into an office, if you work in an office, if you're a nurse, whatever you do. I was doing all sorts of different things in the past, so don't worry about that, because you don't need any kind of experience into that. You make your own experience while you're working into this. You won't need any experience, and that's one of the very good thing about Amazon KDP, which is something different that if you would have gone pick up any other form of e-commerce. If you would have had any other form of e-commerce, you definitely, some experience there would have helped, especially when he talks about marketing like Facebook ads, and I don't know, being in charge of stocking and dealing with buying stuff, having a place to keep your stuff. So e-commerce is just different in a way. So don't worry about that. So that tells me that publishing, Amazon KDP, especially in 2025, I can guarantee you, I'm extremely sure, that is the easiest business to get into. Also, you have an opportunity to pair it to your main business. If you're already working and you want to start with something a little bit like a side hustle or something and get more money extra, that's a very good opportunity. You can start that, and you can do that straight away from when you're starting. You can put it, whatever you take in home is your monthly income. It's not that this has to be straight away your main income, but it could be a very good add-in to your main income, whatever you take in home. It's very interesting because you can make anything. The sky's the limit with this business. So when you start, you can make anything between 100, 200, 300, 500, $600 a month or something, 1,000, and then you can scale it up, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 7,000, 10,000. So it doesn't really matter. You decide how much input you're going to put in and how much money you're going to make, and if it's going to be your side hustle or if it's going to be your main dish, if you know what I mean. So that's a very good thing from my perspective. So if you become very good at it, then eventually you can switch. You can make a switch like I've done, and many people done it before me and after me, and they'll be doing it as well. So what does it mean? That if you start seeing entrants coming in, money coming in on a regular basis, and you know that you can switch, and that's going to become your main income, which is great. That's exactly why we're here. This is what everybody is trying to do, is it? So to recap, regardless what is your current situation, Amazon KDP is the perfect starting point for you. As I said, you don't need any advanced skills, you don't need any kind of experience. You have the opportunity to pair it with your main business. So that is one of the most important things. You don't have physical goods to manage. You can create an interesting extra monthly income very quickly. And when I mean very quickly, I mean pretty quickly. So just bear with me. Try to stick with this course. You're going to be watching it over and over again. So you will learn as you get along. So don't worry about it. As I said, I've seen many people with no experience whatsoever, and they'll be able to become successful at this. So just stick around with it, and I'm just going to see you in the next video. Welcome back to the second lesson. Now, today we're going to have a look at the Amazon Marketplace. So, when we are publishing a book on the Amazon Marketplace, it will be published on all these marketing here. You see that? So we got Amazon.com for US, Germany, France, Spain, Italy, Canada, UK, and Australia. Not in that order, obviously. Now, obviously, if we do a book in English, any kind of book that we do, fiction, non-fiction, whatever you do, if it's going to be in English, it's going to be selling more into the US market, into the Canada market, United Kingdom, and Australia. Yeah? Makes sense, isn't it? So it's going to be unlikely that it's going to sell in Italy, Spain, France, or Germany. I mean, it's not like a rule of thumb, but obviously might be able to sell something there, but it's going to be minimal compared to your main market, which is the US market and the English spoken language. So that obviously works if you, on the other side, if you decide to publish on a single market, that could be not a single market, but if you decide to publish something in German, you're going to sell only in German. It's going to be very unlikely that an Italian is going to buy a German book or an American. Just saying. Okay. So from now, let's move on to have a look at a panoramic view onto the Amazon.com website. We are going to take in consideration mainly the Amazon.com, which is Amazon US. So that is the one that mainly we're going to have a look at it. And let me make this big. So now we're going to move on to the Amazon.com website. So just to have a panoramic view of what's happening there, okay? Our main market is going to be the US for many reasons. First, is the largest one and is number one, according to Amazon as well. You got like 300 million people in America. So the demand is way more compared to any other market. The second market, according to Amazon, is the German market, but we're just going to leave that aside for the time being. Nonetheless, this is Amazon website. So as soon as we enter into Amazon.com, obviously I'm already on books. Let me just do this. So when you get into Amazon.com, this is your main page, more or less. Now we need the books categories. So most likely you're going to go here and go into books. Okay. Here you got a panoramic view of all the main books that they're selling at the moment. On the left-hand side, you got popular books, more in books, textbooks, and all that stuff. I'm sure all of you been onto Amazon before, so you got a rough idea of what's going on here. Here is the bestseller books. Now, if I click on this one, it gives me, it opens this windows, and I have Amazon bestseller, New York Times bestseller, Amazon chart, and all that stuff. So most likely we're gonna have a look at Amazon bestseller. So these are the bestseller in books, and we are normally looking for print bestseller. Yeah. So when you get here, you got Kindle, Audible deals, Kindle Unlimited, best book of 2024. So as a general rule of thumb, if you go to bestseller, Amazon bestseller, we are looking for printed bestseller, so paperback. This is what I'm talking about. So if I open one book like this one, for example, so we open our book. So every book is like this, basically. You open it up, you got a cover on the left-hand side here, as you can tell. Now here, you got your title. This is your title. Always there. This one is called subtitle. So this is your subtitle. Now here you have a description. This one is your description. Every book has got a description, longer or shorter. This is your description. This is what we call description. Now, if we scroll down, most likely we have this content they call A+. You see these? They call A+ content. Now here we have some editorial reviews, which we're not too much interested for the time being. And then we got some more details here, some more parameters here. We're going to go deep into that. Then you got videos, ads, or reviews, and the page about the author here. If you scroll down a little bit more, then you got reviews. Various reviews from people, buyers. They can leave a normal review, text review, or an image review, or video reviews like the one that we were looking at here. Okay, so this is mainly every single book on Amazon has got this layout, has got this kind of thing. Okay, now let's have a look here on the right hand side. Funny. This one has got 1, 2, 3 different formats. One is Kindle, one is audiobook, one is hardcover. Now I wanted to get one that it had the paperback as well. Let me just grab this one here, Sunrise on the Raven. Let's have a look. Yeah, there you go. Oh, this is Audio CD as well. It hasn't got okay, I want a paperback. Let me just go through here. Let's open this one. I'm sure this one's got paperback. This is only paperback. You can see that I opened 3 different books and they got some different formats on the left-hand side. But the one we are interested is this one, paperback here. So the paperback is the one that we are interested on and is the one that we are gonna be more concentrated on. Let me just open another one just to show you. Maybe one here. So as you can see, it's got Kindle, audiobook, and paperback. Yeah. So Kindle is for the Kindle, audiobook is an audio version, and the paperback. Paperback is our main focus, but also we're going to have a look at Kindle as well. So we're going to put our focus onto Kindle and paperback. I mean, paperback mainly, but Kindle is going to help us a little bit as well. And the reason being, you will have probably 95% of your sales from paperback, and then maybe 5% from Kindle. Okay, so from there, let's go and have a look a category, on a different category, a different book. So if I go onto the search bar and I put, let's say, as just out of curiosity, air fryer cookbook. Yeah, we ending up into this page. So if someone is interested in buying a book for an air fryer, this is what he's going to get onto. So when he goes into the search bar, he got books here, he put air fryer cookbook there, and this is how the thing is going to be coming up. Now, you have all the books here. You can see the reviews here on this side. And then on the left-hand side, you got different categories and stuff, format. So what we're most likely going to be doing for our research and for our study, we're going to click, you see here where it says format, we're going to click on paperback. So once we click paperback, we're going to scroll down and have a look. Let's just take some book as an example. So here, if I take this one, I've got the cover here, then the title, which is up to here, and the subtitle, which is this one here. Now here, this is the author name, pen name, and this is the reviews. 4.8 reviews, 150, 4.8 score, 815 reviews. Price, and that's all we care about it. Now, we also have the most important thing for us when we're looking at this, which is called the BSR number. BSR, it means B, bestseller rank. B, bestseller rank. Bestseller rank. So, bestseller rank is the number that allow us to understand if a book is selling well. Now, this BSR number, you won't be able to see it straight away if you don't have an extension that I'm going to show you in a minute. And also, you know, you will have to download it for yourself. It's going to be way, way easier. So, but if I click on a book, just to give you an example, when I open this book, I need to scroll down all the way to here where it says product details. And this is the bestseller rank. You can see the number 8,287 in books. So that number, the bestseller rank, every single product on Amazon is got. So even if you buy something physical or anything that you buy, I don't know, you buy a chair or you buy a new laptop or you buy something, a piece of plastic, I don't know, whatever, it's going to have a bestseller rank. That is data that is given to you by Amazon. And you are able to determine with that number if that product is selling well or if it's not selling well. So your BSR number is very, very important. So I can put that this one here. BSR, bestseller rank, is a very important key factor that we have to remember whenever we do our research. Is the one that will allow us to determine if a category or niche is going to be profitable. So the BSR is fundamental, and the main reason is we need to establish the lowest is the BSR, the better is. It means that the lowest is the BSR to the closest is to 0, the BSR, the more a book will sell. So it's very important for us to establish if so the BSR is also a number that keeps changing over the day. Every few hours it keeps changing. It doesn't really bother us too much, but the thing is you have to consider that. And so for our research, we want to have a look at BSR numbers for the US market. Anything that is lower than 80,000 or 70,000. As you can see, this is 8,287. That means that it's selling very well. It's very low and it's selling very well. What does it mean? It means that, less than 70, 80,000, 70,000. It means that a book, any book that is has got that sort of numbers, is selling always, every day, and is selling regularly. So obviously, the closest we get, like this number is 8,000, the more is going to sell more sales per day. So just to give you a perspective, this number here, 8,287, it means that this particular book, out of all the books on Amazon, is number 8,287 in the rank of the selling books. So do you know what I mean? Like if you got like 300,000 books, so you got way more than that. Like you got 2 million books or something. This is at that rank and it's selling is at number 8,000. So that's pretty good. So now that we know this, we know that if we go back to our main page here, and now we are on the air fryer, but if we go back into the bestsellers and I go Amazon bestseller, so this is bestseller in books. This tells me that this book here, which we opened earlier, is the number one sells at the moment on the Amazon market. So number one, as you can see, if I scroll this down, it's gonna say number one here, number one in books. Yeah. So this book, believe it or not, it might be able to make something like, I don't know, maybe $50,000, $60,000 in one day. Yeah, that's the potential that is there. So this book, obviously, it's difficult that you're gonna ending up in number one, but this is what I'm trying to say. Number one in books is probably making $50,000, $60,000 in one day. So what does it mean? Does it mean that if he's number one and he's making so much money, obviously he's selling maybe, I don't know, 1,000 of books per day, 6,000, 5,000, 7,000, I don't know, I don't want to do the calculation right now. But what I'm saying is, if he's number one and he's selling so much, when you are 8,000, like the previous book that we were looking at, he's definitely selling very well. He's not selling those kind of money, but he's definitely, he could sell, is doing a good profit. And anything up to 80,000, 70,000, 80,000 is still selling regularly and is selling some copies per day. So that is our kind of benchmark. So if we go back to our document, what does it tell you? It tells you that if you, let's go here, on Amazon.com, US market, SR, anything below, should we say 100,000? 100,000 is to be very, I'll say 80,000 to be fair, but let's say 100,000. Even 100,000, you will still sell one copy a day, probably. It depends. You're probably going to juggle between, but maybe one copy a day you do that with that BSR on Amazon.com. So what I would consider something good is anything between 25,000 and 30,000. That will tell me that it's about 10 copies per day. Where obviously here we are about one, maybe 2 copies per day. 1 or 2 copies per day. So obviously the lowest you go here, the lower you go, the more you sell. But what we care about it is to find some categories and niche and keywords. I'll tell you more about the keywords later, that are staying with a BSR lower than this 100,000. And the lower the better, obviously. This will tell me that we establish with that in that way that if there is any self-publisher like me and you, and I'll show you how to see the self-publisher in a minute, and is selling less than 100,000 on BSR, it means that most probably that is a profitable niche. It's a profitable keyword. It's a profitable categories for us to get and publish our books, because at least 1 or 2 copies per day is selling. Probably better, obviously, as I was saying, if it's lower than, I normally consider anything lower than 80,000, 70,000, because it's probably making at least 2 to 3 copies per day. So then it depends on how much royalty you get from your book from Amazon. So you're obviously making a little bit more money. But as a general rule of thumb, this is what you can have a look at it. So if we go back here, you got a rough idea of what is all this stuff. So you got your cover. You got your title here. So remember these names because we're going to go over and over again. So subtitle, this is your subtitle. Then you got your description, which is this one, all the way down up to here. Now, after your description, you have your A+ content. Important, very important as well. This is your editorial reviews, which we're not really interested on. And this is your product details. Now, as you can see, this is number 1 in books and is a publishing house. When we were looking at the air fryer before, it was saying independently published. Let me just show you. So if we go back into the air fryer one that we put earlier. So we open any of these books here. Let's say, just scroll down for a second, make sure I get one from this one here, Cecily Godwin. So if I scroll down here, you will see it says independently published August 16, 2024. So also it tells me how many pages and the language and all that stuff. So don't worry too much about this number for the time being. But this is the other most important thing that we're going to have a look at it. If a book is done by an independently publisher like me and you. So This is what exactly is that. Obviously a review, we talked about the reviews and everything, okay? So you go back into the page of Amazon where we were, and I put air fryer, you see there's a loads of different books. And there is a lot of people like me and you, self-publisher, on this particular niche categories because it's very popular and is very profitable, to be fair. So that's one of the main reasons. Now, I want to talk a little bit more about the categories in general. So if I'm on books, let's forget about this. If I just stay on books and I go Amazon bestseller, you have all these different categories here on the left-hand side. Now, like onto the cookbooks and food and wine. Now, every time you open any of these categories, there is subcategories there. And so you go score of the subcategories. Like these are number one ranking all over Amazon, and this is number one and everything. But if I open, this one, let's say health, fitness, and dieting, just like this, you see that these are all subcategories. You see that? So then you got categories and subcategories, and so you got the bestseller rank also of the subcategories. Just to give you an idea, like this Atomic Habits is number one in organizational behavior, social psychology, personal transformation, self-help. Do you see that? So you have to keep that in mind. And when you, let's say if I open this one, psychology and counseling, most likely there's going to be some more subcategories. Can you see that? Many subcategories. Occupational, organizational. Let's have a look at that one. It's give me more. No, okay, that was the last one. But you get an idea, okay? So these books here on these subcategories, they're here where it says Amazon bestseller, but they're not the Amazon bestseller of all. They are bestseller of this particular category. In this case, occupational and organizational. Now, this is the BSR where it says books is obviously in books of the category, but is number one on occupational and organizational popular psychology, as you can tell. Okay, so it's like this for every single category, just to show you Amazon bestseller. So this, I'll pick one up, but you can take another one. Craft and hobbies, same. I opened that one up. I got this one here. I want to go pet and animal care, as you can see. I opened this one here, bestseller in animal and pets care. There you go. So this one is number one in dog care, but is 13.90 in books. You see that? So these are all the subcategories. Now, most likely, if I click on cat, there's going to be some more subcategories. Let's have a look. Yes, breed, care, and health and training. Let's click on training. There you go. Training, bestseller in cat training. So this is the number one bestseller in, no, sorry, cat training is number 4 at the moment, but it's number one, sorry, in cat training, and is 15,000 in books. So that is something to keep an eye as well, to understand that you got categories, subcategories, and different BSR for those categories. We always gonna have a look at the main books anyway, but just for you to have a panoramic view. So there you go. There we have it. We're going to wrap this up. As a general rule of thumb, this is what we were talking about Amazon Marketplace. So we are going to concentrate on the Amazon USA, but obviously the structure is going to be the same, all of them. Like if I'm going to go here and I put it's going to be Amazon Germany. Yeah? Now, you obviously have to change your postcode if you want to. I live in United Kingdom, that's why that comes out. But that's what's happening there. If I change this one to, I don't know, France, I put FR, and this is Amazon France. All I have to do is start clicking on something, and it will give me different categories in French and everything. So, okay, so that's exactly what we're talking about when we're talking about Amazon Marketplace. Now, this course is related to Amazon USA, but if you are living in Portugal or in Spain and you want to get good at this and using it on your Amazon.es or something, this is exactly the same thing. Okay? So, to wrap it up, thank you very much. We'll see you on the next videos. Alright guys, welcome back to the video. So today we're going to have a look what is the Amazon KDP self-publishing business actually, basically in short terms. What you have to keep in consideration mainly is the objective of the business. The objective of this business, your objective, is to create a long-term business to earn royalties from the sale of books that we will publish on Amazon. So how that works, you have your own Amazon account and you will upload over there your books, and then you will choose what books to publish, what not to publish. And from there, you're going to get your royalties. So every book that you're going to sell, you're going to get a cut. You're going to have royalties on that book because you create that book. So let me give you an example here. If we go to our Amazon page, for instance, and I put here cookbooks, let's say, just to pick up one. And let's say we're going to sell paperback, I was saying, so I'm going into paperbacks here. I'm going to show you in a minute what's happening. Right, from here, imagine you open this book, and this is your book. Any of this book could be yours, really. So if you open this book, you can see that you got Kindle, hardcover, paperback, and spiral bound. So if we mainly looking at selling paperback, but out of this $17, sorry, you're going to get a cut. Normally is 60-40, 60% and 40%. So technically Amazon is retaining about 40% of those money, and you're going to get 60%. Now it depends what kind of, we will go through the videos and have a look at more details into that. So it depends, if you publish in color, you might get a little bit less, but this is as a general rule of thumb. So if you are the owner of this book, this is what you're going to get. Out of this price, every time you sell one copy, you're most likely going to retain 60% of it, and Amazon's going to get the 40%. Now, think that, though, that you don't have to do anything else. Once you uploaded the book, then the book is on, and you don't have any storage, you don't have to do anything else. Amazon will do everything for you, and Amazon will print the book for you. So any of this book really could be one of yours. So really simple as that. That's what it is. Any of this book could be your book. So all you have to do here, the business is pretty simple. Create a long-term business to earn royalty from the sales of the book that we will publish on Amazon. How you do that? Step one, find a book that appeals to the readers. So we will dive deep into later on, see all the keywords and everything. So we will use data in order to establish that. Create the book yourself or delegate it. We'll have a look at that as well, and then publish it on Amazon. When I said to you, you'll have your Amazon account, and you will publish it on that one. You can do as many books as possible, as many as you want, and actually you want to publish as many books as possible. Step 3, earn your royalties from the sales. And this is what we were talking about. Amazon keeps a cut of it, and then you're gonna keep the rest. Now, this is all you have to do, really. Now, if you do this correctly, you shouldn't have big problems, really, if you follow the strategy. And clearly, what you don't want to do, you don't want to take shortcuts. You don't want to try and find tricks. And at the end of the day, if you do your thing correctly, you put a little bit of effort every time you create a book, and you maybe do your ads campaign and all that stuff, but then eventually it will generate an income, and we can call it passive income. It's up to you, but it's very scalable. So you can have one book, you can have 3 books, you can have 50 books. It doesn't matter, really. And believe me, if somebody is able to publish a lot of books and they want to spend some time on it, they can scale it to a very, very high level. If you are not too bothered and you do it like just a side hustle, and you want to get some extra money, or you are okay with enough, maybe $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 a month, and you're okay with it, you probably don't have to invest much time as well. I believe if you do like 4 or 5 hours per week, you're most likely to check your ads campaign and all that stuff. You're gonna be, you don't have to work 16 hours a day, if you know what I mean. Definitely not that. Couple of things to consider. So is find a book, create a book, earn royalties from the sale after you publish it. Now, if we talk about taxes, I'm talking about a couple of markets, the 2 main markets, really, just because this is normally what I'm dealing with. So for US taxes, for physical books, you might need a EIN if operating a business, and a state sales tax permit if required. If you're operating as a business, you'll need an EAN for tax purposes. If you're an individual selling books as a sole proprietor, you can use your social security number, SSN, instead of EIN. Ebooks, you only need a SSN, but we're going to sell them both. So really, for both, you must comply with Amazon tax reporting requirement and local business licensing law. So I'm just saying this. And also here it says Amazon require sellers to comply with the state sales tax law. If you have a tax obligation in a state, you might need to register for a sales tax permit. It depends on your state as well, I guess. And Amazon automatically collects and remits sales tax for you in most states, but you are still responsible for registering and filing sales tax return where required. Now, if we're talking about UK, for physical books, VAT registration is required if your turnover exceeds £90,000 this time. Books are 0 rated, registered for self-assessment as a sole trader or a corporation tax limited. Now, ebooks VAT registration is required if your turnover exceeds £90,000, and ebooks are standard rated at 20%, which is the VAT current in UK. Report income through self-assessment or corporation tax. For both, comply with Amazon VAT and tax reporting requirement. Just saying. My suggestion, the key difference between US and UK is obviously the sale tax is specific in US and the royalties are taxed as income. In the UK, VAT is national and books have special VAT rules. So for both UK and US, I suggest you to consult a tax professional or accountant just to ensure that you're meeting all the legal tax and obligation. So now, that's pretty much about it today. For this particular video, we're going to dive deep more into from the next one. But as a general rule of thumb, this is your main objective. So try to create a long-term business to earn royalty from the sales of the book we'll publish it on Amazon. So don't take shortcut. We'll wrap it up. I'll see you in the next videos. Hello and welcome back. Today we're talking about mindset. On this particular video, we're talking about mindset. What is the mindset of a successful publisher? Well, it's very, very important. If you don't have the right mindset, you might not be able to be successful. And especially, what is the right mindset? So, the majority of your success comes from your mindset. I'll go as far as putting here, look, I believe 80% of your results will come from the mindset. So if your mindset, if your attitude towards the business is correct, you will have no problem whatsoever to make money. I am positive. You will find no problem making an income, a regular income, consistent income coming in. If your mindset is not correct, if you try to take shortcut, if you try not to do things well enough or anything, you might end up failing. And then you'll be added to the percentage of people that they started off and they go around saying, oh, it doesn't work. KDP, Amazon doesn't work. I tried. It didn't work for me. Yeah, it didn't work because you might not have put yourself into this business with the right attitude, with the right mindset. So I'll try to be quick on this, but it's very important. This is, if you don't have this, you might have already this kind of mindset. It depends on what your path in life, what you've done so far. But as a general thumb, this is one of the most important one. Look, take action. I don't like initiative. I'll just go for action. So act decisively and don't wait for the perfect moment. So this is very, very important. If you are the person that is looking at 2000 YouTube videos on how to be successful on Amazon KDP, if you're looking at all this video all the way through from the beginning till the end and all this course, and then you don't take action, then you're not going to be able to make any money. If you are one of the one that keeps scrolling on Instagram or Facebook and everything, and you put a lot of effort mentally into it, but then you don't move, don't get to do your thing physically. You don't put yourself into the computer, you don't do what you have to do, nothing's going to get moving. So you need to move yourself into a position where you systematically take action. There is no point of me staying here and tell you everything about everything I know about you, allow you to make money, and then you're not able to do anything with it because you're not taking action. So number one, very important, I'm gonna highlight it here, is gonna be take action. Without action, procrastination is very bad for you, and you want to try to avoid it at all costs. Second point, straight away, be persistent and consistent. Success comes from steady effort over the time, and actually is very related to the third point as well. Avoid rush for quick results. They are related, these 2 points. And what does it mean? That first of all, there's no guarantee that you're going to make success straight away, just like this. But when you make success, you want to be able to have a consistent income coming in. So if you start doing this business and you realizing that you start making some money in a month, maybe you start making $500 or $1,000, $1,500, $2,000, and then it goes up and down, up and down. It means that you don't have to give up. You are learning. It's a learning process. So you might get some money straight away. You might be able to have a steady income straight away if you do everything correct and if you have the right attitude. If not, don't give up. You don't have to give up. You don't have to rush to try to get quick results. And then if the quick result is not coming in, that's it. I'm not doing it anymore. I don't think it's worth it. Be persistent and consistent. Avoid rush for quick results. So that is into confidence. Basically, to get confident with this job, you have to keep developing the skills and drilling the skills. It's like a martial arts. In a martial art, you won't be able to become successful if you don't keep drilling, if you don't keep training. And this is exactly the same thing. You won't be able to be successful if you just do one off, or you have to put systematic approach into it. So every day you have to spend a little bit of time, you have to set some goals. Your goals at the beginning, it might be, I get $1,000 a month, and then you scale it up, and then I want a $2,000 a month, and then maybe I go 3,000, 5,000. It's doable, believe me. If you got the right mindset, I'm here to tell you, I've seen people that had no chance whatsoever, you think, in other stuff, and they've been able to make a lot of money with this business. So everybody could make money in this business. You have to have the right mindset. And the right mindset is getting the confidence that you are able to do your thing. How do you get your confidence? You keep a steady pace. The next one is develop problem solving skills. So I don't know if you are a problem solver, but definitely you want to become if you are into this business. And the reason being, you might encounter some problem. Maybe you publish your book, you go to publish your book, and Amazon gets back to you, say, this is not correct, something is missing here. You don't want to complain and just give up. All you have to do is solve the problem. Just keep your head down, look at the goal, look at the long-term view, and try to resolve your problem. So you have to have problem solving skills. I'll give you an example. Many years ago, apparently, Mr. Disney, I heard this story that when he used to hire people, he used to do a one-to-one section, and then he used to come up with things like, oh, in the middle of the interview, he used to come up with things like, oh, sorry, just bear with me 1 second. And it was like having something that comes off from his clothes, and he wanted to see if the person who had in front, it was a problem solver. So you might ask him, do you know what to do here? What could I do here? And people who were ready to take a step and to do something and had a quick problem solving, they were getting the job. So why am I telling you this story is just to say that if you don't have a problem solving skills, you better get into your brain into that way. Rewire your brain into that way, because you might have things that are not going smooth all the time. And if things are not going smooth, there is a way to sort them out. So whichever way it is, you're going to find it, and have that attitude. Don't just stop there and start complaining about, I've seen plenty of my students that they get an email from Amazon asking them to sort something out, and they go, oh, but that's not right, that's not fair, because this is happening. They haven't done this to other people, they've done it only to me. I've seen other books exactly with the same thing, and it didn't happen to them. That's not the right attitude. The right attitude for you is keep your head down, do whatever you get told, and try to learn out of those mistakes if there was any mistakes, and carry on. So problem solving, very important. Another example, a lot of people, they get stuck into how I do this one, how I do that. Oh, I forgot. How do I do the formatting? How do I do this? Guys, nowadays, we're in 2025. At the moment I'm recording this one. You got Google. So always ask Google. You got millions of AI website, ChatGPT, you got Grok, you got Claude, you got Gemini, all these sort of things. Everything is there. You can find it. You don't need help from anybody. All you have to do, be mindful and be elastic with your mind, and try to be a problem solver. Now, last but not least, stay fast and emotionally detached. This is one of my favorite ones, to be fair. So what that means, well, first of all, you need to have a good pace, and you don't want to lose yourself into different scenarios where you are not able to come out. So you don't want to be a perfectionist. If you are a perfectionist, this is not really your perfect attitude for this job. Reason being, I like to be a perfectionist in a lot of things. I like engineering, I like martial arts, I like motorcycling. If I sort something out on my motorcycle, I like to be perfect. I want it to be perfect. This is not the right mindset for this business. You want to get quick at doing things here, and you will never be perfect. You will never be perfect. So you don't want to waste too much time. Also, don't be emotionally attached. When you create your first book, you can't treat it like if it's your baby. It's not going to be your baby. It's just a book. All it has to do, all it is like something that allows you to bring money home. So I heard a lot of people saying, oh, even when it's time to choose the keyword, even when it's time to choose the categories, oh, I'm really into golf and I want to do a book on golf. Now, golf could be a successful and profitable keyword, maybe. But the thing is, some people, they might be into something so small that it might not be relevant. It might not be selling on Amazon. Do you know what I mean? I like straight razor. I might have one here. Look, let me show it to you. You see, these are straight razor. They're things of the past from 1900, early 1900. Now, nobody cares about these things. I'm not going to start making a book out of these things because nobody's going to buy it. It's going to be me and other 3-4 people around. So it's not going to be profitable. So don't be emotional. Don't do books about things that you like, but do books about things that sells. And you'll be able to see the data from Amazon. So I'm not saying you have to do a bad job. You have to do the best job as possible. But good enough is good enough. You can't be a perfectionist on this, because if you're a perfectionist, you're never going to end. You're never going to publish. You're never going to do anything. Where you want to be quick, you want to publish as much as possible. You want to publish as many books as possible. So don't leave it to you. Don't do a bad job. You're not going to be able to do something that bad and pretending that it's going to sell forever. No, you have to do good content, but good enough is good enough. If it looks straight, it's probably straight. If it looks good, it's probably good. So don't waste yourself into a big time of perfectionism and all that stuff. And also don't be too much emotionally attached. Now, last but not least, when I'm talking about emotionally detached, I'm also talking about don't get upset, don't get negative, don't get depressed. You publish a book, it's not going very well. Amazon suspended your book because you used a trademark. Anything happened. Don't give up. Don't put yourself down. You're going to enter into a spiral of negativity. If you enter into a spiral of negativity, it's going to be very difficult to come out. You want to be positive all the time. Positivity, not negativity all the time. That's what you want to do. So there's a lot of things that help you to do that. So you can't just spend 24 hours a day in front of your computer because you want to be positive in that way. You have to look after yourself. You have to look after your body. You have to look after your brain. So plenty of water, plenty of exercise, and all that stuff. So I'm not here to, this is not a video on self-help really, but you want to be emotionally detached from your book, but you want to be also emotionally detached. Whatever happened, do not complain. Just carry on, solve the problem, and carry on to the next one. If something is not working, don't worry. You will carry on. Follow the system. The results will come. I can guarantee you 100%. If your mindset is correct, you will get your results. So don't worry. Right. We're going to wrap this up. I'll see you in the next video. All right. Welcome back. So today's video, how do we make money? How do you make money with this business? Right. So on Amazon.com for sale, talking about books, fiction novels are the most popular books that you can get. If you look at the bestseller ranks at the beginning and everything, you will see that novels and fictions are the best one. And they're the one that's selling the best, obviously. The thing is, we are not people that making those kind of books. They can be difficult to replicate consistently. You can do one-off if you got a very good idea, but it's not something that you can replicate over and over and over and have a consistent, unless you are a writer. If you are Stephen King, then okay, good luck to you. So you probably won't need this. But anyway, if we're talking about normal people like you and I, now we are different and we want to concentrate on something that works over and over and that we can replicate over and over. It's like, again, you want to get the skill, you want to have the confidence of do that over and over again without fail. Okay, so fiction novels are highly popular, but they can be difficult to replicate consistently. Let me highlight this in red, so we're going to stay away with it. Okay. On the other hand, non-fiction offer a wide range of opportunities. It could be how-to guides, crafts, manuals, cookbooks, and more. These types of books are not only in demand, but are relatively easy to create, even from a beginner like you. So this is what we're going to focus on. We are going to focus on to the non-fiction books. In fact, I'm going to highlight this in yellow. There you go. Oh, non-fiction. That's the one. So actually, let me just put this in green. So one is red and the other one is green. How about that? Right, now this is yellow. I want green. Green. That's it. So non-fiction offer a wide range of opportunities. As I said, we are going to make books that they could be how-to guides in how to survive in a desert, or I don't know, how to make bread, or cookbooks is a very good example. Manuals like electrician manuals or something. This type of books, basically. People looking to buy these books as well, and not like the fiction, but they definitely got a good market for it, and we are able to make them. So the key is to identify a profitable topic that resonates with readers and capitalize on its popularity. So this is the key. This is exactly what we're going to be doing. We're going to find a profitable topic, a profitable keywords that we are able to sell over and over again. So how are we going to do that? Let's head over to our Amazon.com. Let's give you an example of cookbook. There you go. Now, how many people have heard of the Mediterranean diet? Many people. So there will be many people that are interested, especially food. Food is a very, very common denominator for everybody. Everybody wants to eat well. Everybody needs to eat anyway, and everybody wants to eat well. So people who are interested in Mediterranean diet, they can come here and look how many books are there. And the demand is very high as well. All these books are selling fantastically. They're making tons of money. We're going to dive deep into some example eventually, and you will see how good these are making. So this is exactly what you're going to be doing. Find a profitable keyword, find a profitable niche, and just publish on that. So once you found the right subject, the right keyword, the right niche, all you need to do is write a book or outsource it to somebody else, and then you publish the book on your Amazon KDP. That's it. Simple. So yes, I say simple, but obviously it's a little bit more complicated, but still it's very simple process. You find the right keyword, you find the right subject, and then eventually you do a book, you do it yourself, you delegate somebody, and then you publish it. So if an example, we take these keywords here, there is loads and loads of self-publishers like you and I. Now, I'll be able to spot them straight away because I've been doing this for years. At the end of this course, most likely you'll be able to spot them like that. Well, you just by the cover, I can see it. Now, so if you take any of these like an example, this guy here is selling at $16.85. You're going to make a profit on that. You're going to make most likely about 60% of it. Now, it depends if the book is in color like this one. Can you see it says full color edition on this one? Let me click on that. You see, so the royalty might be a little bit different because obviously when you print Amazon, they charge you a fee for the black and white and a different fee, a little bit more expensive for the color. But nonetheless, this could be you. This could be your book. I can guarantee you this is done from a self-publisher like me and you. Look, independently published. There you go. I haven't opened it before. I can tell straight away. And this guy is selling at $16.85, and you could do that too and take a cut on that. So pretty simple, pretty straightforward. How do you make money? We'll leave fiction aside. We'll leave it to the author. Author that they can make money on that. We're taking the slice of pie from the non-fiction. So we identify a profitable topic that resonates with the readers and capitalize on its popularity. So how we do that? Well, we got the data. We're going to analyze all the data. When we got the right subject, we're going to make 1 book, 2 books, 3 books over and over and over again. And that's how you get successful in publishing. So, are you going to fail? You might going to fail. How are you going to fail? You're going to fail if you're going to publish on something that is not very profitable, okay? After all this, if you are into swimming and you think that publishing a book that teaches people a manual how to swim better, maybe it's not as profitable as the Mediterranean diet. So this is how you're going to fail. If you want to keep yourself into that niche and you're thinking, oh, you know what, I'm sure there's market for that because I do it, somebody else must be doing it. People don't care what you're doing. People care on data, You need to have a look at the data. Don't have to think of what you're doing and what you like. Okay, so if you do that and you like things that other people likes, or the majority of other people likes, you're going to fail. Simple. So to recap, how do you make money? By publishing on profitable keywords. Okay? Right, we wrap this up and we are gonna see you on the next videos. Welcome back, guys. In this particular video, I want to show you the 5 steps that we will need to take in order to make this thing happen. So it's going to be a broad video. I'm talking generally about these 5 steps, and then eventually we're gonna dive deep into every single step in other videos. So it has to be a systematic approach. We managed to talk earlier about confidence, and in order for you to gain confidence, you have to follow a systematic path. We're not going to leave anything by hoping that it works. So the very first step of this 5-step method is number 1, market research. So As you can see here, I put identify profitable keywords and analyze market demand. So what that means, before you do anything, before you even decide what kind of book you want to do, and remember, you do a book because you want to make money. You don't do a book because of your emotion. So you need to identify a niche, a categories, a subject. So something that people will be searching on. So what does it mean? So if somebody is looking for somebody's got some problems, like is a diabetic guy and is looking, we were talking about cookbooks, and imagine you got a diabetic person that is always struggling with his meal plans and stuff like this because he wants to eat some stuff but he cannot eat some other stuff because he's got problem with sugar levels and all that. He's going to go into Amazon and he's going to search on the search bar diabetic cookbook or diabetic recipes or anything like this, and this is an example of a subject, and that could be also a keyword. So all in all, this is what a keyword is a subject that they're going to put into the search bar. We have short tail keywords, we call it, or long tail keywords, like diabetic cookbook could be a short tail keyword. This is how we identify that. Diabetic cookbook for beginner over 60, let's say, I'm exaggerating, that is a long tail keywords. We'll dive deep into more into that, but just to have a quick idea, first thing first, we need to identify a profitable keyword. Without that, we don't even know where to start, okay? Second, the market research as well, it's very important related to that keyword. That means that we need to understand what the pain points of this person is. If we stick with this diabetic cookbook, let's say, we will analyze what is the problem that people with diabetes, they have normally, what kind of diabetes, you got type 1, type 2, what people are, what are their main concern when they're looking to do some recipes rather than others. So this is a slight idea of what is the market research. So is identify a profitable keywords and analyze the market demand and see what the needs are, what the pain points are, what are they looking for. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, when we got there, we need to create the book. How we do create the book? Well, we develop the content, which is the actual book itself. This is not in that particular order, yeah? It doesn't have to be in this particular order, but we're going to dive deep more into it. But so you can write this one yourself or outsource it. So you got two options there. Then you need to do a cover. So the cover is very important as well. So actually is the most important bit, probably the cover. Then you have to craft a compelling book description. So you have to do a nice description and then format the book for a professional finish. So as you know, we are going to mainly look at format for Kindle and paperback. This is what is going to be like for us. So that means that once you've done the book, it's not enough for you to do it on Word, like a document like this one that I'm doing at the moment, but you'll have also to set it up to all the standards that Amazon require. So that's number two. So after the keyword and the market research, you start creating the book. You can do it yourself. You can outsource it. You can outsource it all. It's not a problem. We will dive deep into that a little bit more later. Number three, launch of the book. This is very, very important. Now, gather reviews to build credibility and improve visibility. Yeah. So that's why you can't launch a book just like this. You can't just hope that you go on Amazon and you publish your book and that's it. To climb Amazon ranking, to position your book in front of potential customers. Okay. So you see this one? Let me just give you an example. So if I go to Amazon.com here and we were talking about diabetic cookbook. Yeah. So if I put diabetic cookbook, there you go. Now here I go on books, so just to make sure, and I go diabetic cookers. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so you see all these books here, right? There's pages and pages of this, pages and pages of this. You want to rank up on the first page, because otherwise, if you're not preparing your launch properly, if you don't put together some reviews at the beginning and you don't launch your book properly, you might not ending up here. And as you know, if you've been on Amazon before, you are normally buying stuff from the first page, maybe the second one. You see all these books here. some of them, they got very many reviews. Like this one has got 1,100 reviews. This one has got only 42, but they both on the first page. What does it tell you? That, you know, you can sell with both, really. Obviously, the more reviews you'll have, the better it is. But if you don't launch, if you don't do your launch properly, you might ending up, look, let me show you, in second page or even in third page. You see, there's like 50 pages of these diabetic cookbooks. So what you're striving for is to do a nice launch that allow you to climb up the rank and coming up onto the first page. Because somebody could come here and buy a book from one of these pages. We are in third page at the moment, but you want to have a look at the BSR. Remember, we were talking about BSR, bestseller rank numbers. So these is a very profitable keyword, so you still got lower BSI here as well. But look at this one, 167,000. It's not as good as the one that are in first page. Like this one, 488,000. You know, like you can, yeah, he's probably selling, but he's not selling as good as the one on the first page. So we are going to play our launch very well. It has to be a strategy for that. And the reason, all our main goal is we want to rank up on the top and we want to get up here. So in order to do that, we'll have to build up some social proof and some reviews. So as you can see here, we are in the first page and this guy is selling with 24 reviews. This guy has got 2,700 reviews. So you might never gonna be able to do all that kind of reviews. You might not. So it doesn't have to be that exaggerated. But look at these people. They're here on the first page, and this guy's got 90. This got 163. So these more likely are from this one and this one. As you can see, this one here and this one here. They're more likely from a publishing house. So you don't have to. It's not really that you have to worry too much about it. But yes, if you look at other self-publishers like you and I, this has got 163, this has got 90. They're up here as well. So this is another self-publisher, this is another one, this is the same guy as before. So what does it tell you is you have to prepare your launch. You can't just improvise. So you do that by gather reviews to build credibility and improve visibility. Climb the Amazon ranking to position your book in front of potential customer. How you do that is, again, you utilize review services. So we can talk more about this. I have a review service. I can talk to you a bit more in a different video anyway. Or you can build a network of reviewers. So there's different ways that you can do it, and they're all legit way to do this. So at the beginning, this one will be very difficult if you're on your own, obviously. But you can utilize a review service, and you can adopt a strategy in order for you to try to build up onto that launch. Now, point number 4, run advertising campaign. Campaigns are very important. Use targeted ads to maximize visibility across multiple keywords. Leverage Amazon ads for effective promotion. So the ads campaigns are very important. Obviously, you can't expect yourself to get into this business and publish your book and then that's it. Hope to come up on a rank on the first page like this. It's not going to happen. You have to invest a little bit into ads. This is going to depend on what kind of categories and niche and subcategories. Some of the categories are a little bit more competitive, so you'll have to spend a little bit more in ads. But the ads campaigns, basically, what's happening is it allows you to reach more people. What does it mean? When you run an ad campaigns, for instance, you see like this one, type 2 diabetes cookbook. You run it on different keywords. So you don't want to show up on a page where people looking for a diabetic cookbook. But maybe you want to show up also where there's saying diabetic cookbook for beginners, which is this one. You see that? And if I type that in, majority of this book that they were on the previous page, they're still here. Maybe I just gonna put diabetic cookbook, I don't know, over for beginners, diabetic diet cookbook. That's another one. Or it could be diabetic recipes rather than cookbook. So these are all, if I put this one, I should still see some of those books. Can you see it? So this is why you want to invest into an ads campaign. On your ads campaign, we're going to have a video dedicated to that anyway. It's going to be easy. All you have to do is just follow the system and follow the path. And what that allow you to do is it will allow you to rank up on the first page. And if we go back a couple of pages here, when I was on my normal diabetic cookbook page here, you will see that some of these people are sponsored. Can you see this one? That's why it's got an ads campaign on and is done on various keywords. And if you notice, this person here, I put 3 different kind of keywords and he always showed up. And that's exactly what you want to do. So then the game is try to understand how to play that and find a sweet spot in between how much you spend for an ads campaign every day and how much return you get. That it'll come with practice and experience, but nonetheless, it's not going to be huge expenses for you, but it's going to be the one that is going to make the difference between people who utilize the ads campaign properly and people who are not doing that. And you see that a loads of time. This is the difference between people that they're normally casual and they heard about this business and they're thinking, oh, Amazon KDP, I tried, but you published 2-3 books, but I never sold anything. You never sold anything because probably you never done any ads campaign. But think about it. If you do an ads campaign and maybe you're spending $200 a month and you bring in home, even if you bring in home $500, that is a net profit of $300. So if you don't do any of that, you're not going to bring home anything. So obviously, when you start understanding how it works, you're going to be you tailor your spending more related to your keyword, your book, and you're going to adjust that. But even if you spend 40% or 50% of your income in ads, imagine you have a $5,000 or $10,000 book. You spend half of it in ads, so you still got $5,000 a month on a book that's worth $10,000. Do you know what I mean? So you have to think it in that way. Those money are invested, are not spent just like that. They're not in. They're very useful. Number 5, don't want to keep you too long. Scale your business. That's the last step of this method. You're going to do it over and over again. And in fact, is scale your business. Continuously produce book in profitable niches. So the first 4 steps you've done, you're going to do it over again. When you've done one book and you manage to set yourself a goal, maybe it could be $1,000, it could be $2,000, $5,000, whatever. If you do a nice book, you can get anything from $100 a month to $6,000 a month, $10,000 a month. It depends. So it's up to you. Now, if you do one and it's worth, let's say, $500 a month, you can scale it, do another one, and then another one. That's what I thought the first time. When I start seeing some money coming in, it was like $200 in a month. I'm thinking, I've just done this. I can redo all this process once again and refine it, retune it. Now I've got a little bit more experience and do another book, and that is an extra $200. So now I've got 2 books to produce me $200. It's $400. Then I can do a third one on a third month, and now I've got $600. You see what I'm trying to say? And I kept the number very low. So you continuously produce books in profitable niche. This is exactly what you want to be doing. And also, you can establish a strong brand with a specific category. So, to give an example, if we're talking about cookbooks and your books is one of this one, and you become very good at doing a type 2 diabetic cookbook for beginners, now you can do a gluten-free cookbook for beginners. Or maybe you can do a particular diet, a carnivore diet for beginners, or carnivore diet for diabetics. I don't know. I'm just making it up. Do you understand? So you can create a brand. You will have pen names on your Amazon account, and the same pen name you can put different books on. So if you are successful with one book, then why not you create another one, and you already have a pool of people that are interested on that book because they've been buying that book, and then they're thinking, oh, they might see the other one show up and thinking, well, this guy did so well on that book, they might be able to do as good. It might have the other books very nice as well. Do you know what I mean? So all in all, this is how to step by step. Sorry, it gets a little bit too big, you get a little bit too small. Let me just bring that up. Right, so how the step-by-step method works. Research, create the book, launch the book, run an advertising campaign, and scale your business. That's it. Simple as that. I know it's a little bit broad. We have to go and dive deep into every single step, so stick around. But generally speaking, that's all you have to do. And mainly is it 4 steps, and then you restart doing that again and again and again. And this is how you become successful. All right, let's wrap it up. Hello and welcome back. So let's dive into identify a keyword. What is a keyword? How do we find these keywords? What is all about these keywords? So let me show you. If we start on our Amazon, so let me just tell you, a keyword is, you see this Amazon search bar here? This is what people got to put in there. So there's difference between keywords and other stuff. I'm going to show it to you in a minute, but most likely somebody's got a need, we just put in, do you remember diabetic cookbook and books? So somebody's got a need, they're going to type in there what they're looking for. So it could be a couple of things. Let me show you something. So here, if I go into books, this is also the beginning of the research. Look, I go to bestseller. Let's say we go to bestseller. Remember we had that conversation. Let's go to bestseller, Amazon bestseller. If I open my bestseller list here, and let's start, now I'm just going to give you very different examples of what could be a keyword, what could not be a keyword. So this is number 1 in books. The Let Them Theory, Mel Robbins. That's not a keyword, is it? That can't be a keyword. Sunrise of Reapings. There is no keywords here. I cannot see keywords here. These are just like atomic habits. I don't know why I said bomb. Atomic Habits is a very well-known book, and whoever is looking to buy that book is not going to put a keyword on the research, say, oh, let me just have a look at some atomic habits on some atomic habits books. No, that is a title. So whoever buys that book, they know that they want that book and they're gonna looking for that book. We make magic. You see, that's another one. Frozen River. There's no. Let's scroll down a little bit. There's no example of books here that they contain a keyword. Let's have a look. Let me scroll down and see if there is anything here on the first page. Now remember, these are the bestseller. They're making thousands and thousands of money. But so the more I scroll down, the more I see just titles. There is no The Anxious Generation. You see that? So to find some keywords, we have to dive deep a little bit more into the categories. So as we know, we always take our cookbook categories just for an example, then we move on to some others as well. But here we stick with that. Since we start with that, let's have a look at this. Like Super Italian, that's not obviously a nice book though. It's obviously not a keyword. This one, In a Garden, Be Ready When the Luck Happens, that's not a keyword. What is a keyword? Let's have a look. So this one could be a keyword. I just want to see. Oh, there you go. This is the one I'm looking for. You see this one? Juicing for Beginner. So let me just open this up just to show you. So juicing for beginner is a keyword. Now, first of all, every time you see something that says for beginners, that is a keyword. So every time there is something like this, juicing is a subject. People looking to do juice for beginners is just for people who never done it before. Let's scroll down and see if there's anything else with for beginners, let's say. Recipes. So tasting, these are the art of mixology, supergat, what to cook, the most requested recipe. There you go. This is another one, Mediterranean diet cookbooks for beginner. Well, let me open this one up. Do you understand? So this is exactly what we're talking about. So here you got different keywords actually. Like this one, Mediterranean diet cookbook could be a keyword. Diet cookbook for beginners could be a keyword on its own. Mediterranean diet cookbook could be a keyword. So it's about what people are looking on this search bar. So let's see if we can find any other example. So the simplified cookbook, that's not really a keyword. Keep it simple is not really a keyword. The Mediterranean dish, yeah, it's probably not really a keyword. Although I'm pretty sure if you put Mediterranean diet, it will fall into these categories for the conversation we had before about key campaign. Now, the Galveston diet could be a keyword. In fact, if I take this one, let me show you. And instead of the Galveston, oops, I'm just putting Galveston diet, and I copy this, and I put it up here. You will see a lot of books coming out. Galveston diet, there you go, Galveston diet cookbook. And a lot of them are from self-publishers like me and you. You'll be able to spot them straight away when you get used to this. Like this is not. You can tell by the cover that is different. But this is a self-publisher like me and you. If I open this one up, you will see it. So I can tell that from the cover, I can tell from the description straight away. And this is what I want you to become good at. You want to spot it straight away as well. And if he's a self-publisher there, most likely means that that's a keyword and it's profitable, because this is what we do. So and guess what? Look, I didn't realize this is that Galveston Diet Cookbook for Beginners. If I scroll this down, it's going to tell me independently published. There you go. Can you see that? So that's exactly what we're talking about. Let's make some more example of this. So keywords. When you research for keywords, you can. So we'll make more videos dedicated to how to research for keywords. But just to understand that, like this one, the perfect loaf. That's not a keyword. Let me just dive deep into some more categories. Let's say we go to dessert, beverage, and wine. Let's have a look at what's happening here. Maybe there's something. So staying on food and wine. So this one is definitely juicing for beginners. Is definitely a keyword. Wine folly is no. Is not a keyword. But this one, look at that. The Mediterranean Diet Cookbook for two. This is a keyword. Although I don't know why it's on this category, but so this for two, it's a keyword because it's specific for two people. And guess what? This is probably a self-publisher like me and you. Maybe. So, this is doing, okay, this is a Kindle paperback. There you go. If I go to paperback, there you go, independently published. And you see that? August 12, 2024. So the keyword here, it could be Mediterranean diet. It could be Mediterranean diet cookbook. It could be diet cookbook for two. It could be Mediterranean diet cookbook for two. Okay, so that is what we're looking at. So let's scroll down and see if there is any other categories. Actually, let me close this down a little bit. And I'll give you some other ideas on different categories, actually. Let's open let's go into books. So just for you to have a rough idea of what we're talking about. If I open computer and technologies, and then I open craft and hobbies. So you will see a reoccurring, So this is the first page of craft and hobbies. Now, these are a lot. Comfy pattern, bold and easy coloring book. Okay, there's a lot of coloring books on this one. Spooky Cute, United States coins. United States coins, it could be a keyword, actually. A guide to the United States coins. Because people is a subject that people is looking for it. People, they're not looking for cozy spaces, coloring book, if you know what I mean. They're looking for coloring book, but not for cozy spacing coloring book. Does that make sense? Let's have a look at this one. The Vegetable Gardener Handbook. The Old Farmer. Okay, so I can't see many keywords here. Let's dive into deeper. Stress relief coloring book. So from this category, if I open, try this one, craft and hobbies. So, and now let's go into, let's go into nature craft. Let's have a look if there's anything here. Might not everything here. National Park, primitive technology, the Beekeeper's Handbook. The Beekeeper's Handbook. Okay, that could be a keyword because people looking for beekeeping. The Beekeeper Journey. Look at that. Easy wood carving for children. That could be a keyword. Look at that. 45,000 in book. Just discover a new keyword. Very profitable. So, wood carving for children. It could be a keyword. Wood carving could be for a profitable keywords. It's just because it's a subject that people puts in there. Like if I put wood carving here in books, wood carving book, you see there was wood carving for beginners, wood carving course. So this is a keyword that you can, beginner's handbook to wood carving. So this is what I'm talking about. Let's take another example. Let's go into the, what did we open? Computer categories. Let's start computer technologies. Okay. So here, if I go to operating system, just to pick one up, Windows, Linux, how Linux works, Windows 11 for senior. There you go. This is a keyword as well. Why does it say for seniors? So for seniors is another keyword, as you can tell. So this is a book that teaches people that a little bit more towards my age how to use Windows 11. And guess what? This is a self-publisher. So it all comes back. Do you see that? Do you see the pattern there? So look at these as well. Look at these. Windows 11 for senior. This is a keyword. It's actually a profitable keyword. If I scroll down, you can see that this is independently published. There you go. So what we're talking about keywords, this is what we're talking about. Everything that you see that it says for beginners, for children, over 50, over 60, for diabetics, whatever. That is a subject. That is the difference between this book and this book is the specificity of the argument, of the subject. So Windows 11 for senior, yes. Easy wood carving for children, yes. So it might be a little bit tricky at the beginning for you to understand what a keyword is and what, but it's not rocket science. All you have to do is spend a little bit of time, and then eventually, the good thing is that you got all these class more subcategories. You see, I just opened this one, which was under computer and operating system, and then if so, look at this: books, computer, technology, operating system, and now if I go into Macintosh, for example, there you go. So you got MacBook, Max, Final Cut Pro. So let's see. MacBook Senior Guide. There you go. That could be a keyword. MacBook Senior Guide. Because it's a guide for people like senior. Let's see something else. MacBook Air 2024 for beginners and seniors. That's another keyword. In fact, if I open this one, I'm pretty sure this is going to be a self-publisher. And guess what? Independently published. There you go. So very important to understand the difference between keywords and non-keywords. Now, the keywords could be a long tail or could be short tail, like Mediterranean diet is a short tail keyword. 5-ingredient Mediterranean diet for beginners or for women, it's a long tail keyword. So I will suggest you to just practice finding keywords and see what you come up with. So the good thing is there's so many, and it's so interesting to do your research that will keep you nice and awake just by scrolling into the Amazon search bar. So just remember what I said. Just do practice a little bit and spend always. What I used to do, I still do it sometimes. I used to spend an hour just looking for new keywords. I open all these categories one by one and I go through and see if I can find profitable keywords. So we'll wrap it up for this video. I'll see you all in the next one. All right, welcome back, guys. So in this video, quickly, I'll show you what is some useful extension for your browser that you want to use on Amazon. So now, these are the three that I'm using for DS Amazon Quick View, Helium 10, and Keeper. So why are these so good and why I suggest you to get them? So now, I have my DS Amazon. The most important one is DS Amazon Quick View. You can see here, if I click. So now, when you are going to search for your keywords and your books, you want to, everything is related to bestseller rank of a book. Yeah. So we had this conversation earlier in previous videos. So if I want to check the BSR of a book without any extensions, I have to click on the book itself like this, and then scroll down all the way and see the bestseller rank physically here. You see, bestseller rank number 8 in books. Now, this is time consuming. So I want to use one of these extensions that allow me to see the bestseller rank straight away. Let me just, it could be a little bit confusing this page because the bestseller rank is very low. Let me just open engineering transportation. We go here. So if I open this one, have a look. It takes a little bit of time, but that's the one. This box is from my DS Amazon Quick View. As you can see, this is number 2025. This is 474. This is 1417. So DS Amazon Quick View allow me to have a look straight away without open every single book and understand how profitable it is. So we had this conversation. We already had a conversation, but we're going to dive deep more into what a BSR is and why it's so important for us. And this is the key of our researches. So this is the one. So you can go on Google and put DS Amazon Quick View. There you go. And you click on, so this is definitely for Chrome and Firefox and Brave. I have it on Brave. I'm not sure about the other browser, but I suggest you, it worth, if you can't find it on other browser, it worth to download Chrome only for this one because it's very useful. Now I have another two actually that I'm using. One, you see, this is the box that I'm using for Keeper. This one here. Sorry, for DS Amazon Quick View. The one on the top here is from Helium 10, which is this extension I have here. You see that? So this is another free tool you can get it from this website, Helium 10. Now they have, I got no affiliation with them, but this is very good as well, because let me show you. If I open this book here, for example, so Helium 10 allow me to see the historical BSR. Can you see this one? This is the graphic of the BSR. And even with, so I have Helium 10 subscription, because when you get a little bit more experience, and if you want, you can get a subscription with that, but it's a little bit expensive at the beginning if you not making much money. But nonetheless, this extension is free at the moment. I'm not logged in, and they allow you to see the BSR historical, as you can see here. If I click on all time, it changes. Can you see that? If I click on 90 days, 30 days, so this is very interesting, because if I want to see if this book was selling for a long time, I go here and I use that one, just like that. So definitely DS, Amazon Quick View, and Helium 10 if I was you. And also I using Keeper as well. Keeper, it's a browser extension, and it works on all these different Firefox, Chrome, Opera, Edge, or Safari. And what is good about that is tells me the price. So this is Keeper extension here. And if I put, well, let me just get another example. Actually, I don't want to use this one. Let me see another book that I'm interested on. Bear with me. So if I want to have a look at this book, let's say, I want to see his price tag, historical, I can use Keeper. So if I put new here and I click on that one, so you can add stuff and check if the price was always the same one on the last month, if the price has changed. So it's a good tool to have. It's not necessarily, you don't really need it, but if you want to see, this guy is selling at $37, and if you want to see if he changed his price recently or no, you just, like this one, it's always been $37 according to this historical, if you can see this. So in the last month, in the last 3 months, and in the all 141 days that it's been selling. So this is not necessary, but it's a good tool to have. So my suggestion is go and download them. At least these two. DS Amazon Quick View is essential from my perspective, and Helium 10 is very useful. Keeper is not essential, definitely. But they allow you to see and check the BSR ranking from the page straight away without going in. So you save a lot of time. Wrap it up. Hello guys, welcome back. In this particular video, we're going to analyze how to understand if a book is selling, how much is selling, with fairly accurate, just to see how many books is sold per day or per month. And we are able to understand how much money is making per month or per day. Fairly accurate. Now you have to keep in mind that I'm going to use a couple of different tools to do that. And the final number that it will come up, we are not sure how much the guy is spending in ads, so we won't be able to see the ads revenue, but just to have an idea how much a book is selling. And then the ads can be anything between 20%, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, anything around that range, really. So to begin with, we will find a book. Maybe we go back into our cookbooks that we love here. We are on Amazon.com, and we just gonna find, maybe, actually, let's just put here air fryer book, maybe. There you go, air fryer cookbooks. So we'll take any of these books and we have a look on the number that are inside. So most likely, let's get this one here. Is, no, actually, let me just get one of these, this one here. So this book, when you open this page, you have the BSR and you have few details here. So the BSR, obviously, if you check my previous video, you can gather that with DS Amazon Quick View. You don't need to do that. But in order to understand exactly how much a book is making, you need to open the book. As you can see here, you got Kindle, paperback, and spiral bound. Down here, you have some other details, as you can see. Pages, when the publication date, dimension. This is the two that we are interested on. Print length, so how many pages, and dimension. So remember those two alongside with a price track. Now, as you know, you have the BSR, you got those details here as well. The dimension are here as well, and the pages are here. But they're useful to have it up there because we don't have to scroll down. And the bestseller rank is 17,599 in this case. So First tool we're going to use is this website called, oops, hold on. Amazon KDP Book Sales Calculator is from shinywords.com. So write that down. And we're going to use that to determine, we're going to use that to determine how many copies of the book is selling per day, this book or any other book that we're going to. So we said that its BSR rank is 17,599. It says that here. So we're going to put that number, 17,599 here, 17,599. It tells me that it's doing 15 books per day. There is other tools similar to this one, but I find this one to be the most accurate for sales. Sometimes it is not perfectly accurate, but more or less it could be 16, if you know what I'm trying to say. Now, also, we are talking about Amazon.com. So if you need this one related to any other market, all you have to do is click here. And you got Amazon.co.uk, Canada, France, Italy, Spain, and so on. So most likely we deal with Amazon.com, so we're going to click on that. So that tells me it's selling 15 copies per day. Now, we're going back up here, and we're going to have a look. How much is selling is $11.99, so keep that in mind. 102 pages and 8 by 5 by 11. So I'm going to use this other website now. This is from Amazon KDP itself, and it's called the Royalty Calculator. So first, we said paperback. Oh, this is a paperback that I'm looking at, $11.99. So I'm gonna put the price here, $11.99. Page count we said is 102, 102 pages. Fantastic. Trim size, this is very important as well. I believe is 8.5 by 11. You can tell here, 8.5 by 11. You see, 8.5 by 11. So we're gonna put that there, 8.5 by 11. We're going to find it and we're going to click on this. Now, last thing, we have to understand if it's in black and white or if it's in color. Most likely it's going to be black and white interior with white paper or standard color interior with white paper. They're always going to be those, the one that we analyze. So here, we can look at that by reading the sample and have a look on the inside, to be fair. But this one could be the Kindle version. So some people, they do this, they do the Kindle version in color and then they do the paperback version is not in color, but they only put the Kindle version here, so that might not be accurate. To be fair, if this book was in color, most likely it would have a badge saying color all over the places, you know? So, and it will mention that also in the description, most likely. Okay, I can't see anything here, and that's another way to find out if a book is in color, if it doesn't tell you straight. Sometimes they're a little bit misleading, you see. You might be thinking that it's in color inside and then it's not. Another good way of find that out is if there is any image reviews. Like in this case, it's only 2, and it's not from the book inside itself, so we won't be able to find out. So normally, if it's like this, most likely it's going to be black and white. Sometimes you can also read reviews. Some people will leave bad reviews saying, oh, there's no picture or there's picture only in black and white. But as a general rule of thumb, if it doesn't say color anyway, this is going to be black and white. So we assume this one is in black and white. So what we're going to do, we're just going to go here, black and white. Now we click submit. We're going to do another example with a color one eventually. Now, this is the royalty that is taken home, $4.35. So we're going to multiply that by 15. Get away. By 15. So we go up here. So $15 times $4.35. That was the royalty. So $65 per day with this book. Now, if we multiply that by 30, it will give us an estimate about $2,000 per month with this book. So that's how we calculate that. Let's take another example. Let's see. I just want to show you a couple of more things like this one here, for instance. No, actually, let me just have a look at something from a self-publisher like me and you. Let me just have a look. The reason being I'm looking to a particular book, which could be this one. There you go. Let's scroll down. So it doesn't seem to be in color, this one as well. So I want to find one with color. And most likely it will tell me that at the beginning. Color, that's the one. Fantastic. So this is another self-publisher. You can see it says fully colored pictures here. Okay, so we're going to have a look how much this one is making. Same principle, 100 pages. This is 7 by 5 by 925. Interesting. So we refresh this one. So 7 by 5, 7.5 by 925. So here you go. Find that, which is this one. It's 100 pages, we said. And is what? $12.99, I believe it was. Yes, $12.99. Now, we put $12.99 here. And this is color. So we're going to put standard color and interior. That's it. That's exactly the same process. So from there, Amazon.com, obviously. If it was another different Amazon, we would have put it there. But this is Amazon.com, so you go submit. So this guy is making $2.59. I know it's not much, but obviously these are not priced very well. So $2.59. Let's have a look at his BSR. How much is it? It's 11,760 in books. Pretty good. So 11,760. That will give me 22 copies per day. So 22 copies per day times 259. So 259 times 22 equal $56. So that is what is making currently per day, which means a month is making $1,700. Not bad. Now these are the money after Amazon takes their cut. So we don't know. Maybe out of this $1,700, this gentleman or lady, he's spending 50% in ads, or maybe 40, or maybe 30. So nonetheless, it gives you a rough idea of how much is it. So obviously, the more a category is active, obviously, the more you'll have to spend probably in ads. Like if we go here, this is quite a good category. If we go Mediterranean diet, let's say, cookbook, just to give you an example, BSR are way lower as well. Like look at this one here, 761 in books. He's making loads of money. This guy is 2,000 full color. So let's take this one for an example. This guy is full color edition, as you can tell. Now, when you got something like this is another thing I wanted to show you. It says 1516, but you always enter the full price, because the price strike, this is called the price strike, but Amazon will still pay you on the full price. So to calculate the royalties, this is how we're going to do. We're going to put 82 pages, 8 by 5 by 11, and 1675. So let's quickly do that. So this is a color one, 8 by 5 by 11. 1675, 82 pages. So 1675, that's the full price, 82 pages. You will see how much money this guy is making. And this is standard color with white paper. Let's go. We click that in and is $5.61, a little bit more. Can you see it? $5.61. Now, be ready for this. $5, what we said? $5.61. Yes. So the BSR of this guy is 2,805. So 2,805 is selling 69 per days. Times 561. So 561. This is a self-publisher like me and you. Times 69 is making $387 per day. Now, times 30 is making $11,600 per month, more or less. You're thinking, well, how much is spending in ads? Whatever he's spending in ads is making even if it's 50%, 60%, he's still gonna make $5,000 for one book, or $6,000, or even more. Which most likely, to be conservative, we say 50% in ads, but most of the time you're not spending that much. But even so, even if you were going to spend that money. So this is the way we calculate that. And, from there, you can see if there is a lot of books that they're selling very well and they're making that kind of money, then you know that your keyword is profitable. But as a general rule of thumb, use these two. Amazon KDP book sales calculator and KDP royalty calculator in order to find out. Now, you don't have to. First of all, you're going to have a look at the BSR, like what we said on a previous lesson. So you can see the BSR number. When you see the BSR are low, like this, then you can start opening books and have a look what is the full price, $14.99 in this case, and then how many pages here, and what's the dimension, and you should be able to find out all. So this is a process that works for every single product on Amazon. Now we're talking about Amazon KDP, but just out of curiosity, if you go and you want to buy a computer, or I don't know, a tennis racket or something from Amazon, and you want to find out how many that guy is selling, you can use exactly the same process. Fantastic. We're going to wrap it up, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Alright guys, welcome back to this other part of the course. Today in this one we have a look at the type of books that you can make. So the type of books you can make, you might have seen this on various YouTube videos. They're definitely going to be full content, low content, or no content at all. Now some other people, they call the full content medium content or high content. I consider them all as the full content. And what are they? So full content are the one that we are going to look, and they're the one that they're probably going to concentrate and put our focus more onto it. And I'm talking about anything that has got something solid in there, if you know what I mean. It's got, so even fiction could be full content. The point is, we're not going to do any fiction. We do non-fiction. So the categories that we take in consideration normally are books that they got a lot of stuff inside, so they're full of content. So I'm not just gonna create a separation between high content and medium content. They full content, and that's it. That's how I call them. And this is what this course is about the full content. The low content are a type of books that they don't have much on the inside, in terms of they're like easy books, if you know what I mean. Now they need to be treated in a different way. So we're not going to take a look at these to this course. We might have a separate course just for the low content. It's just, you have to understand that they're kind of a thing on their own, that we can't approach the low content the same as we do the full content. The reason why we concentrate and we put our focus on the full content is because it is the one that they give you more return for what you're going to put into. And then finally we got the known content. No content, I'm just going to make an example of all of them now anyway. But generally speaking, are books that they're empty on the inside. There's not much on the inside. I'm just going to make you an example very soon. We stay away from them. As a general rule of thumb, we're not bothered with that at all. So full content book, it could be all our diet book or our cookbooks. These are all full content books. So you notice the categories that we had before. Actually, I'm not in books. So if I go to books, animal diet, that's fine. We were looking at that one. So all these are full content books. But a full content book could be also a self-help book, let's say. This could be a full content book. If I open a different categories and I go, I don't know, business and money, why did they give me this? So all these books, most likely, they're going to be full content books. So when we go here, we can go onto Amazon bestseller, and I'm opening this category and another subcategory. All these are full content books. Now let me give you an example of a low content book. Low content book could be a coloring book. Just do this coloring book for kids or whatever. So these are low content books. It means that don't really have much on the inside. It's stuff that you wanna color, all these coloring books, as you can tell. But it could also be like, give you some other examples, even Sudoku book for adults, these sort of books. These are considered low content books. And these are the ones that we're not going to take in consideration in this particular course for many reasons that I might explain later. Another one could be trivia, books for adults. These are still quiz, stuff like this, still low content book. We consider them. And now finally we got the no content. They think it's something like this. These are basically books that they're empty on the inside. They got gender diaries, diary, daily diary, 2025, stuff like this, as you can tell. So they got the cover. Let's have a look one on the inside just as a curiosity. Journal writing, doesn't even allow me to see on the inside. Well, that tells you how much I know about low content book. No content book, sorry. This is a no content book anyway. Let me try this one. Out of curiosity, I'll just discover something. I never took them in consideration, but you can't check on the inside of a no content book. Fair enough. So you get the point. I hope you get the point. So type of books you can make: full content, low content, no content. We are going to concentrate ourselves into the full content for this course. Maybe I'll have another course for the low content, which we have to approach them and attack them in a different way. Clearly, we're just going to leave the no content away because they're not good to us. Okay? Fantastic. Wrap it up. I'll see you all in the next video. Hello, welcome back to this other lesson. So here we're talking about what are the best categories to publish a book, or more, actually more the merrier. Especially if you're a beginner, but not only if you're a beginner, even if you're an experienced one. These are the most profitable categories from my perspective, the one that you want to target. Now, I'm not saying that you cannot publish on the others, you can try as well, but as a general rule of thumb, these are the best niches from my perspective. So if you go onto the Amazon bestseller webpage here and you go into bestsellers books in alphabetical order, I'm just talking about alphabetical order. I'm not saying that one is better than the other. Business and Money is your first one. So that's this one here. Now, obviously, when you open this one, you got loads of other subcategories, and so will be for all the other categories that I'm talking about. So I'm talking about the main macro, we call it macro categories. But then all the subcategories, there is different subcategories there you can go and explore. So the first one is Business and Money, 100%. Then we got, not the first one in order, but alphabetical. So cookbooks, food and wine. We know we love it. We know that there is a lot to do there as well. So let's open this one up as well. I'll just open it out of, just to show you how eventually the subcategory is. The next one up is craft, hobbies and home. After that, we got health, fitness and dieting. Very good. We're going to explore it for a second as well. And then there's a lot of other categories here that you can publish, but I'll say probably religion and spirituality is the next one up. Now, I don't want to overcomplicate your life really, but I've been publishing in a lot of different categories as well, which included travel, test preparation, self-help, sports and outdoor. They're all quite good as well. It's just that as a beginner, I don't want you to get overcomplicated. And if you have to choose a category, I'll suggest you to stick with these one here. So any of these categories are probably going to be very good and very healthy for you to start with. So let's have a look at them into details. So business and money has got all these subcategories. So you got bitcoins and cryptocurrencies, as you can see, economics, industry, management and leadership. This is a very strong one. If you open this one up, you'll see all these books that, extreme ownership, how to take control of your life. There is a lot of stuff here that is very interesting and very interesting for our perspective as well in order to make some money. Now, cookbooks. Do I have to say this? Cookbooks, you got all these subcategories and subcategories again. If I click on baking here, look, there is going to be more subcategories like biscuits, bread, cakes, cookies, pastry, and all that pastry and all that stuff. So very profitable as well. Next one up is craft, hobbies and home. So a lot of things here to do as well. I will stay away from the low content books, the one that is selling very low. This one is $7.99, $6.99. They're a little bit too, the margin is a little bit too low, but nonetheless, you have maybe subcategories like here where you got gardening, the Amish way. Look at this book, $38 for one book. So you always want to try and get into a niche or categories where you can sell with a good price. There's no point. Look at this one, $54. Well, it's a hardcover, but paperback, $12.73. So we'll dive deep more into that later, but this is a good category as well. Craft and hobby, and then gardening. Then, as you can see, it opens me up all a bunch of subcategories. So they're very good. Next, we got health and fitness and dieting. So here, another very nice category. So especially if you go to exercise and fitness, you will see all the yoga books, yoga for over 60, strength training for seniors, relentless fitness, muscle. So chair yoga. There's a lot. This book is like is making loads of money. It's 3,000 in books. So very profitable categories as well. And last but not least, religion and spirituality. So here, Again, you got loads of different subcategories. Now, these are not probably as easy as the others, I would say, because it could be a little bit tricky. But nonetheless, there's definitely money to be made. And if you ask me, I'll put it into this. Yep. So if you ask me, really the best one out of these 5 is 1, 2, and 3, which is cookbooks, food and wine, crafts, hobbies and home, health, fitness and dieting. But business and money and religion and spirituality as well can be very good. Okay, we're going to wrap this up and I'll see you all in the next video. So welcome back to this new video, and now I'm going to show you how to find those profitable keywords. Okay, so profitable keywords research, this is probably one of the most important lesson of this entire course. So you have to be really listening and probably go back and watch this again, because this is the key, really the key of this entire course almost. So what are profitable keywords? These are search terms that a lot of shoppers are actively typing into the Amazon search bar, and high demand, low competition. That's what we're looking at. So very few books are targeting. So profitable keywords, people are going at the subject, that something that people going onto the Amazon search bar and they type in those keywords because they want to find out stuff about it, and we have to establish if these are good or not for our business. So think of them as a hidden gold mines for visibility, and this is exactly what they are. Like these, if we hit the right keywords, then it's a gold mine for us. Now, how do we find them? We use the bestseller method. Here is how we go to the Amazon bestseller list. Let me show you in a minute. Now, when you are on your Amazon search bar on Amazon.com, you go to books. When you go to books, you click on bestseller and more, and you go to your Amazon bestseller list. There you go. So I was already there, but just for the purpose of now, here you see all the categories that we were talking about. Yeah. So on the previous videos, we were looking at the categories. Now that you have the categories, you're gonna open different pages under those categories. So for the sake of this demonstration, what I'm going to be doing, I'm just going to open, we're just going to open our usual cookbooks, food and wine. So we know we're going to go into something, we're going to find something for sure quickly. So now, as soon as I open this one, now you're going to be doing this one over and over for all the subcategories. So you should open all the categories and then all the subcategories and so on. Okay, so in this case, if I go to, let me find something. Outdoor cooking. I open this one up. I got some more categories here. So I should go through, again, more and more categories and have a look. But in this particular case, so here I start scrolling down and I can see there is some keywords already. So like this one, Blackstone Griddle recipe books for beginners. So we said that in previous videos that if anything that says most likely cookbooks or for beginners or for seniors or for women over 50 or something is most likely a keyword. So what is not a keyword is like this one, Arnitex. This is just a name of the book. Or this one, Simon Dinner's Cooking Out. So this is just the name of title of a book. But this one could be a keyword. So from here, let me just open this book. And let me just scroll down to see if there is any more keywords here. So I'm sure there is. So American barbecue sauces could be, are you kidding me? That's definitely not a keyword. Traeger. So these are obviously the bestseller rank of this particular subcategory, sub niche. If I was on a previous one, I have the bestseller rank of this other categories, if you know what I mean. So this is Mediterranean cookbook. This is a keyword and it's a very good keyword. Let me open this one up as well. And now I'm going to show you, this is the perfect loaf. It is not a keyword. Anti-inflammatory diet for beginners. This is a keyword. So let's say I open these 3. Let me show you what I'm going to be doing now. Now, I'm just going to take this one, Blackstone Griddle recipe books for beginner, and I put it onto, this is a long tail keyword, but I'm just going to copy it and put that here and see how many results I have from this one. And as you can see, now I have all these books that they are more or less similar in the title. So what I have to do, I have to check what the BSR of these books is. That's why it was important for us to establish the BSR. So I can see that this one here is 6,000 in books. So I'm looking for BSR lower than 80,000 and 90,000. When I open this new page, I'm looking for BSR lower than 80,000 and 90,000. So I'm opening this one on a different page. Then we're going to go and have a look at why. This one is 35,000. Yep, nice. I open this one as well. Now I can spot straight away if, so what we want to do, we want to identify a self-publisher like you and I. And if they are here and they're selling with a BSR lower than 80,000 and 90,000, and it's a self-publisher, it means that the keyword is profitable. If at least we have anything between 4 and 5 upwards. So 4 and 5 self-publisher like me and you that have a BSR lower than 80,000 and 90,000. So let me have a look at this one. Julieta is, the BSR is 36,000. So that looks good to me as well. The reason why I'm opening it, I can straight away, if it's an independent publisher, you will too, with a little bit of experience. But I suggest you to open it up and check on the inside. So 6,000, 35,000. This is another one, 55,000. Let me open this up as well. So then I go one by one, and I scroll down to see if they are independently published. So the only way, if you can't spot it straight away, and you will at some point, is to go and check here. Look at that. This is an independently published. Fantastic. So I can close this one up. This is one. I have it. This is another one. Let me have a look. This Alvin Hernandez, if it's an independently published. Let me have a look at this. I scroll down all the way here. Independently published as well. So that's already 2. Good sign. Oh, I already closed one. Now this third one, Jordan Woody. Let me have a look at this one. If it's an independently publisher. I scroll down all the way here and I see independently published. Fantastic. 55,000 in books. Very good. So I got already 3. Let me just grab another one. Let's see if I can find another one here. This one, 26,000. I may open this one up. This one doesn't look like a publisher. And it's good if it's not, because I'm going to show you. So I scroll this one down. This one is publisher, Page Street Publishing. So this is a publishing house. So I'm not going to consider this. Okay. So let me just go back up and see something that I haven't opened yet. So this one, Monica Daigle. Oh yeah, we did open that one. I think I missed one of these. Maybe this one, 35,000. Oh no, I got this one. This one here. Let me just open this one and see. So this is 35,000 in books. Very good BSR. And is an independently published as well. So I have 4 here with lower than 80,000 or 90,000, actually even lower than 50,000 on this. So for me, this is a profitable keyword. There's money to be made here. So the more you dive deep, the more you find that there will be more like this one with a low BSR. So this is an example. Let's just go and have a look at the other one, the Complete Mediterranean Diet Cookbook. So I'll take this one. I'll leave the complete outside, but Mediterranean Diet Cookbook, I copy and I put that here. Now, as you notice, do you notice when I went in here, it already gives me like for beginners, for 2, for that diet cookbook for beginners, for 1. Yeah, those are all keywords. And the reason why they're coming up is because people are looking for it. Now, one suggestion, when you come here, I forgot to mention, I want you to click on paperback. Because if you don't click on paperback, you'll have also the BSR of other format like Kindle, spiral bound, hardcover, and all stuff like this. Now, look at this. These are very low BSR, as you can see, 2,000, 300, 3,000. This could always be you. So if I open, let's open this one. I want to find at least 3 or 4. It depends. Now, it's not a rule set in stone, but to begin with, if you're a beginner, just try to identify 4 at least self-publisher with a good BSR. So I opened 2 of them. Let me just open this one here as well. 10,000 in books. Looks pretty good. This one, James Marcelli, 27,000. So I got 4. I opened 4. I can see there's more here with low BSR. They're very low BSR. So that's already an indicator that is pretty good from my perspective. But let's just double check that. So this one, been published on the 16th of December. Let's have a look. I scroll down and I see that is an independently published. So this tick, good. Number 1. Number 2, let's have a look at this one. Dorothy. Now, those are all pen names. As you know, they might not be real. Independently published. Again, Yeah, this is number 2. Very good BSR, this one as well. Did you see that? Now, number 3, Mediterranean Diet, Eleanor Florence. Let's have a look at this one. I scroll down, and here I have independently published. Again, another one like me and you, self-publisher. So 10,000 in books. This is very good books. This one, have a look at this one. This is number 4. This is actually air fryer. Let's just not take this one. There's a little bit more. It's a different keyword. Air fryer cookbook for beginners. Mediterranean Diet. So I want to stick with actual Mediterranean cookbook. So let me just open this one, one that I haven't opened up. This is not probably the self-publisher, but this one it probably is. Let me just open this one up. You will be able to find out yourself straight away after a little bit of experience. What by looking at the cover and by looking at different things. So now this one is a self-publisher like you and I. When I scroll down, it tells me here independently published, as you can see, and this is 2,800 in books. Very, very good. Okay, this is what you have to do. Now I open another one here, the complete anti-inflammatory diet for beginners. Again, you take this one, you go anti-inflammatory diet for beginners. The keyword is on a title most of the time. So I copy and I paste. Let's have a look. Look how many books with the same anti-inflammatory diet for beginners. So I want to identify 4 of them at least with the lowest BSR. So the Amazon Quick View, that extension that was telling you earlier, it allow you to see the BSR here. Can you see it? 11,000, 3,000, 37,000, 6,000. All of these should be already good for me to understand. Now, let's have a look if they are like one probably is not a self-publisher. Let's open this one up. So if I just wanted to open this one just to show you that this is Callisto. Can you see that? I could tell that from the cover, but Callisto is like a publishing house. So I'm not going to take this in consideration. But this one definitely is a self-publisher. Like, let me just open this up. So it's got a very good BSR. I click this, I go down. As you can see, independently published here, and is 37,000 in books. So you do this over and over. And when you got a good keyword, like we found already 3 here, Mediterranean Diet Cookbook, anti-inflammatory diet, and then there was another one that we checked earlier. I don't remember which one. You just put it down on the side and you put it in a new document and you build up your portfolio of nice keywords. I only need 1 keyword really to start. If a keyword is nice and profitable, then you can get into it. Now, obviously, the lowest the BSR is, the better it is. So 80,000, 90,000 is just the benchmark. Everything lower than that is good. Now, if you got like one is very profitable, 2,000, 1,600, 1,600, 7,000. So what does it tell you? That might be a little bit of a competition in this one, but definitely if BSR is this low, there is a lot of market for it. You're never going to get saturated in this. It's just that if you're a beginner, maybe you want to find something that is not as competitive, and like this one, anti-inflammatory, it looks a little bit better because you got like 37,000. Actually, it's very low BSR on this one, but you get the point. So what you have to do is go onto your Amazon bestseller list. So we did Craft and Hobby. In that case, if you want to go into Craft and Hobby, you go here. Then maybe you go Pets Animal Care. You open a new one. You open dogs, like that, and you try to find keywords here. Remember, you know how to spot a keywords now because it's not a title, but it's like for beginners, or like Dog Training Revolution is more of a title. But dog training for kids, look at this. This is a perfect keyword. Dog training for kids, for beginner, for women, that is always a keyword. So if we copy that, sorry if I'm able to do that. If I copy dog training for kids and I go and paste it now here, I should have all the same. There you go. Now, this might be another profitable keyword. How do I identify that? I see what the BSR comes up with, like this 10,000. So waiting for the others. Let's have a look. So 64,000, 253,000, 27,000. So what does it tell you? I need to open them up and see. Like, it's not as profitable. If it's a keyword, it's not as profitable as the previous one. I can see because this one, it shouldn't be here really. But 10,000, 300,000, 100,000, 450,000, 470,000. You see, if the books are all these books, I'm not even going to open them up because there is nothing less than 90,000 or 80,000. Like this one is very good. Puppy training in 7 easy steps, 2,000. But not the others. 98,800, a million. So most likely, it's good that we open this one up, because most likely I'm just gonna change and I'm not gonna do this keyword. So from here, I'm just gonna go back and maybe open something else. I just go back into my subcategories and have a look, like service dog training guide. That every time there is a guide, that is like dog training guide could be a keyword. So here, I'm just really going. So dog training guide, if I go here and I put that on the Amazon search bar, now dog training guide, look at that. Some of them are the same book really, but some of them are not. Now this one, I can guarantee you that this is a self-publisher like you and me. And it's 100,000, so it's not great. So let's have a look. 2,000, same book as before. This one, the Ultimate Service Dog Training, 41,000. Service Dog Training Guide, 10,000. A little bit more potential. Well Dog Behavior, 52,000. It doesn't look like it is. So here you got Cesar Milan. Definitely is not a self-publisher. It's 4,000. It's selling very well. Big Book of Tricks. So this doesn't look to me just from this page that this is a profitable keyword yet. But you want to open all of these and find out. Like maybe if this is 41,000 in books, you want to open it and have a look as if it's an independently published. Most likely it's not going to be an independently published because it's got loads of reviews. So you never know, it might be. Let me just scroll down. Okay, it says publisher Skyhorse. So this is a publishing house. So what does it tell you? We can't take that in consideration. So we're going to go back and start that process again. So there's no tricks here. There's no tricks. So this is how you have to do. Really, people say to me, oh, where is a tool? Can you tell me a tool that tells me, what's the profitable keywords? That is the tool. Yourself is the tool. If you do this, if you spend like an hour a day searching for a new keyword using this method, the bestseller method, you go here, you go bestseller, Amazon bestseller, you open all these categories. You open those 5 main categories that I said to you, starting with hobbies or cookbooks. And then from there, you open different subcategories and you see if to find some keywords. This is the way you have to do it, really. There is nothing better than yourself to do this and follow your instinct, follow your guts, and see exactly, looking at the data, what is selling and what is not selling. So if we just do a summary, we're looking for books with BSR, bestseller rank, below 80,000, 90,000. The lower, the hotter, the better it is. And as a general rule of thumb, it's 4 to 5 books from an independent author like you and I. Prove that the niche is doable for self-publisher. It's not always the case. There's some categories and some niche and some categories that you only need 1 book or maybe 2 books like this, and you could probably, sometimes there is no even any self-publisher, but because the competition is so low, you might be able to go and attack a publishing house or something. So we will see that eventually in future lesson. But this combo is equal to a hungry audience plus room for your book to compete. That's exactly how I do. I've been doing this for years, and now at the beginning it will take you a little bit more time to do this research because you have to open all the subcategories. But you, with time, be able to spot profitable keywords and profitable books straight away just by looking at the cover, the title, and everything. And this is what I want you to get. So at the beginning, you'll have to spend some time. You'll have to deep your feet into it a little bit. So I'm afraid you need to spend a little bit of time on this. It's free and it's all knowledge. So the knowledge is the most important thing. Use that as a leverage. Okay? Let's wrap it up. Okay, see you in the next lesson. Okay, welcome back, guys. So now is the time to create our book. So what is inside a book or outside a book? So the book creation, this is an introduction to the book creation. So normally we have the inside of the book itself, the manuscript, the content, the inside of the book. We got a cover and a title and a subtitle. Author name. So we either have to decide a pen name, author name, cover, description, very important, and the format and the editing of the book itself. So if we take a book, just one out of our usual cookbooks here, we have the cover here, we have the title, which is up to here. This is the title. Sorry, this one here. And this one is the subtitle. Okay, so title and subtitle. Here we got description. this is our description. So some people made it a little bit larger, longer, some people a little bit shorter. Then we have this A+ content. Now these are not compulsory, let's say, but it's a very good thing if you do them. I wouldn't skip them. We'll talk more about it. They call A+ content. And finally, our reviews. Here we got our reviews. So let me just tell you one very important thing. So, you know, I'm don't think that this is something, give it for granted. Your book will sell because of the exterior, not of the interior. Okay? So whoever is going to get your book, whoever is going to buy your book, is not going to buy it because of how good you've been doing on the inside. They will buy by the looking on the outside. They cannot see the inside. So technically, all they can do is read the sample here, and they can have a quick overview here, but only a few pages. So it's not really going to be much. And let's face it, how many people do that? There's not many people doing that. So people are going to buy your book by looking at the cover mainly. So 80% will be the cover, reading the title. If it's a poor title, or if it's, not a nice title or something, probably they're going to read the description, but it's not always the case as well. But a catchy description will be good. And they want to know the social proof. The social proof is your reviews. So if I put weight loss cookbook here on the, if I take this keyword and I put it here, and I check all these books for weight loss, most likely put yourself into someone else's shoes that they need to buy a book. What are you going to be looking? You're going to be looking all these covers. I'm thinking, okay, this one looks better than this one for some reason, or maybe this one looks better than that one. Yeah, and then you probably most likely going to have a look. Oh, look, this one's got 42 reviews, but this one's got 175 and it's 4.7, and this one is 4.6. Do you know? So that is a natural process into somebody's brain that goes through. So you're going to open the book. You won't be able to see it on the inside. You're most likely going to have a look. So you're going to get catched by the cover straight away. And then your follow-up will be the title and the subtitle and your reviews. You will be able to see the reviews anyway, even without opening the book. So this is the A+ content. Very nice on this book, actually. And the reviews, social proof. So this is what's going to sell your book. You have to keep that in mind. Now, is that telling you not be bothered with what is inside your book? No. Inside your book, I give it for granted that is a good content. So if the inside of your book is not good, if the content is the manuscript itself is not good, then you have a problem. You might be able, if you got a very nice cover like this one and a good title, you might be able to sell a lot at the beginning. But then people will read your content and they realize that is not good, and they will just start leaving bad reviews. And when you accumulate bad reviews, then you're going to stop selling, and that's it. Your business will be over. So I give it for granted that you're going to be doing a good job on your content, on your manuscript. Either you do it yourself or you delegate somebody else. So that is for granted. And that is to have a consistency on your business. So you can't afford to create a book and put all that effort to create a book and then sell few sales at the beginning because your cover is catchy, is very good, and your title is very good. Maybe the description is good, and then your content is not good at all. So then people won't buy it anymore. So very important. When we're going to create the book, I give it for granted that the book itself on the inside is good, but people won't buy that. So you have to consider the cover. Oh, let me just take this out. So cover, title, reviews, and description. These are the most important things. So keep that in mind. And now we're going to dive deep a little bit more into all of them. Okay? I'll see you all in the next video. Alright guys, welcome back to this other part of the video course. Now we're talking about the book creation. So you have your brief now. What are you going to do with it? We have three main choices. Three of them. So the first one, you do it yourself. You do the manuscript yourself. You do everything yourself. The second one, you give it to a freelancer on Fiverr.com or Upwork, one of those websites that we've seen earlier. The third one, you hand it over to a writing company. Our service. When I say our service, in this video it might sound a little bit like a sales pitch, to be fair, but I'm teamed up with a writing company. We've been doing it for years, and this is one of the stuff that we do. I might talk more deep into this. There, you've probably seen already my website or my link, so you probably know what I'm talking about. But these are the three options that we have. Now, let's go back here. Let's go back here. Book creation. So, option number one, I scroll down, you do it yourself. We got pros and cons about that. So if you do it yourself, you need to use AI, especially nowadays. AI is a big part of it. So you need to learn how to use AI to create a book. That means wherever AI you choosing, it could be ChatGPT, it could be Grok, it could be DeepSeek, it could be Claude, it could be Gemini, all the different, they have a system that you have to learn to get good at, which is learning how to give it the right prompt, learning how it behave, and all that. So what are the pros? The pros are you don't spend any money. That's the big one. You don't spend any money. You do it yourself. So that's one of the main reasons why people do it themselves. And another one is ChatGPT doesn't really make any grammatical errors. If English is not your greatest strength, let's say at school you were not doing so well, don't worry, because with ChatGPT or any other AI language model, you won't have any problem because grammatically and orthographically it's going to be perfect in that sense. Another one, it knows all the language. So we know that we are talking about the US market, so Amazon.com. But if you want to explore different marketing, the German market is doing very well. So Amazon.de, the Spanish and the French and the Italian market together, they can do well. And they might have not much competition compared to the US market. So if you want to enter into one of these markets, maybe the Spanish market or the French market or the Italian market, and you want to do a book for that, you can use ChatGPT. It will do that perfectly for you, even if you don't know the language. You can do it on your own language in English and then translate it into the different language. The cons of do it yourself here is one, you waste a lot of time. It depends where are you in your life. I'm a middle-aged man now, and time is the most important thing that I have. I want to spend it. I already wasted so much time all my life that I'm in a point in life where I'm like, time is the most important thing. You can't pay me enough for an hour of my time, if you know what I mean. So this is going to waste a lot of time, and it might take you anything between, I mean, minimum 1 or 2 weeks, especially if you've never done it. So if you're a beginner, it's probably going to take you longer than that. You might enjoy the process or you might hate it. It depends. It could be very tedious. So that's number one. Number two, ChatGPT or all these model language, they make conceptual errors. It means that they're not optimized yet to the point that sometimes they do some errors that you need to check and know exactly what they're saying and read proof all of it, because otherwise they might incur into some very basic error that you were not expecting from that. And also they're repetitive in a way that they pick up something that, if we're talking about a cookbook for example, and you ask them to do 100 recipes, maybe the recipes towards the end, if you haven't checked properly, you might find that they just called in a different name and they're the same recipes. It happened over and over again. And that's the reason why sometimes you see on Amazon.com some cookbooks and the reviews are poor and the reviews are saying, oh, this is the same, it said the same recipes 3 times and for different things, and it gives you 3 different examples. So this is why, because many people use AI to write books. And so many people, if they don't do it's not that you're not going to be able to do that, but you have to be very careful and you can't trust it 100%. That's why to do a good job, you have to do it, check it thoroughly and go through from the beginning till the end. So that is going to take time, but it's not impossible. So because a lot of people using ChatGPT or this AI language model to write books, a lot of books, in reality, they're very, very similar on Amazon. So all in all, create a book with AI, it could be ChatGPT or any other language model, it's a bit of an art. You know what I mean? Like if you don't know how to use it very well, you have to learn that first, and that's another task. If you don't know what you're doing, you don't know what to look for, you don't know what you don't know. So it could be challenging and you might thinking that you're doing well, but then eventually you spend a lot of time and your book might not be selling or if he's selling a little bit at the beginning and then he doesn't continue to sell it because you haven't done your job properly. Just because you don't know, just because you're not in the field. So that's your first option, do it yourself. I personally believe if you're a beginner, you got two choices. I'm not, if you're a beginner and you want to make some money, I don't suggest you do it yourself as a business move. If you're a beginner and you got time in hand and you're thinking, oh, I'll give it a go, but you got no expectation of making no money at all, just you want to learn the process and stuff like this, and you got loads of time to waste, well, good luck, you can try. But make it, don't have expectation though, because you might end up wasting a lot of time and not having good results. So this is just my suggestion. Now, second one is freelancer on Fiverr.com. So Fiverr.com or Upworks is a fantastic website where you can delegate anything and everything, really. So thanks to Fiverr.com, you can save a lot of time, and you can delegate everything from the cover to we're talking about the inside of your book at the moment here, but as we mentioned before, you can delegate really everything, and I suggest you to use it as much as possible, especially when we're talking about cover, A+ content and things like this. But for the book itself, what's the pros? The pros are you can spend a little for a book. Like you can get a book done for anything between I don't know, we should go on Fiverr.com and have a look. But the little you spend, the less quality you're most likely going to have. The main pros is that you spend a little bit less in money for a book than you spend in time, let's say. Now, you're not sure about the quality. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because if you write a book in English and you delegate somebody on Fiverr, it's very unlikely that you're gonna spend not much money and you get that done by an English writer, so a US native or a UK native, if you know what I mean. Main reason is economy in those states like US and UK is pretty strong. You won't find a writer that is going to do a good big job like a book for you for cheap for $100 or $150 or $200. It ain't gonna happen. It's not gonna happen because life is expensive in US, UK, and these people, they don't offer their expertise for little money, if you know what I mean. So most likely you're gonna end up delegating somebody who's not an English native. I'm not saying you can't find an English writer from UK or from US on Fiverr. You're gonna find it, but it's not gonna cost you $100 or $200. It's going to start from anything from $600-700 upward. Especially if we're talking about an entire book. It is possible to find it, and it does a good job, but it's not going to be cheap. It's not going to be cheap. Cheap, fast, and good, they never go together. One of them is always going to miss. If it's going to be cheap, it's not going to be fast and good. If it's going to be good, it's not going to be cheap and fast. If it's going to be fast, it might not be cheap and good. Do you know what I mean? So keep that in mind. So a professional writer could be anything. If it's a good one, and if it's American native or a UK native, it could be anything between, I don't know, $600 up to $1,500, whatever. It may be even more. It depends, if he's a professional writer though, it's gonna take his time. You're not gonna put any pressure on him and like, come on, let's go. It's gonna take his time. So first of all, you're not gonna be sure about his quality, the quality of his job, because until he give it to you, you won't know. Now, this is not the one I'm talking about. It might take a long time. You don't have the certainty of the results, obviously, because you don't know until you have it. And they might commit plagiarism. And that's an important point as well. Also, it's a bit of a loose cannon. Today is here, tomorrow it might not be there. What does it mean? It means that, you rely on somebody else's reliability. Like you put yourself and all your money into somebody who you might not know. You might gonna get stuck into a situation for a long time. That's what I'm trying to say. So as a summary, freelancer on Fiverr.com. The pros, you can spend little for a book, but you can spend a lot if you decide to go for a very professional English writer. If you spend less, obviously, you are not sure who's gonna do it for you, and you're not sure about the quality. Also, another thing that might happen in the past, and it might happen again, they might steal the copy of your book. The cheaper you write it is, the most likely is this to happen. There was a time years ago where they used to use a lot of services like virtual assistant, freelancer like this, on Fiverr that they were coming from, a third part of the world or something. So obviously quality of life there is different, and what $50 means for an American, it could mean totally different in another part of the world. And obviously, people would do anything to get a little bit more money. So, if somebody's got a service that he create books for other people on Fiverr, and all he has to do is all the books that he does, he just keep a copy and he just change it a little bit, and he's got already, that will save him time. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're never sure by delegating somebody on Fiverr if they're legit or they're not legit, unless you have someone that physically that you already been using them, and is talking to you. So it's always, I know you saying, oh, there is a review system on Fiverr.com. It's true, but as everything, also that one could be a little bit of a gamble. The pros: you can spend little for a book compared to wasting a lot of your time and having a result anyway, but you're not going to be sure about the quality. They might steal the copy of your book. The cheaper the writer, the more likely it's to happen. They might take a long time, so they might, you have to establish that. And at the end of the day, there's not really much you can do. You can't just go and knock the door and say, hey, have you done my book? It's not going to happen. You don't have the certainty of the result. They might commit plagiarism, and this point and this point, they're going along together, because Amazon has got a system they need to check if there is any plagiarism. And if they do that, then you might end up having a book. You send it, you upload it into your Amazon KDP account, and then Amazon get back to you and goes, not good. Then you'll have to go back and chase this person. It's a bit of a pain. Now, the third point is a writing company, like the service that we do. As I said, this is going to sound like a sales pitch to you, but I'm selling also a product. I have a team of people, and we know what we're doing, and we're doing it exactly the way it should be. So the pros is you have the assurance of the quality. And we've been doing only this forever. We know every single step along the way, and we know how to do it right. In fact, you have the assurance that the book is original, 100%, because we really focus on that. We have a plagiarism check software called Turnitin. And if you know anything about it, Turnitin, it's only allowed university or university students. So we can use that anyway. And that's the best software you can get at the moment. You need to have something with less than 15% of plagiarism on your book. And with this software, we can check that thoroughly. You have 100% guaranteed delivery in a short time. So like we say, that is going to be done within a day, and that is going to be the day, and you're going to have your thing. Depending on the service you choose, also you can have a all-inclusive service that includes really everything. So all-inclusive really mean all-inclusive. And we're starting from the keywords. Like, you don't even have to search the keyword. We just find you a profitable keyword, and then on that we create a book around it. And we're going to put the title, the whole package: title, subtitle, cover, most important one, description, all the contents, A+ contents and everything, and most importantly also the review service. We have an ARC problem, the same that publishing house using, so it's all legit, and we can put reviews onto your book. It's just something that we've been doing for years. All these services, we can do it singularly. If you're interested in any of these services, like especially cover design or reviews, we've been using our platform for reviews for years now, and it's been very successful. And we never ever had any problem with Amazon, because we do it in a legit way. What happens is you upload it, and then all you have to do is do your ads campaign. It's not that we do it for you and we put it on and we just keep following and checking how it's doing, and how much money it's making. You'll have to do that bit. But everything else, you're sure that it's going to be done with a quality. You're delegating everything, and you don't have to do anything. So the cons is obviously that you spend more. You're going to spend more in a service like this because of, it takes time, and it takes time off you. But I recently, and I haven't done a book myself in ages. I mean, I toyed around with, some stuff, or I've done it for other people, mentoring them. But I can't be bothered to spend a week of my time to develop a book and everything. I delegate everything. I see this as a business model. So for me, I invest something, put it there, get my money back, and start making money until I pile up few books like this and I'm making a loads of money, eventually I got an exit plan. The exit plan is I sell the old package of my account and I flip it basically. And I get loads of money coming in, and then I restart again with the same process. I make them do more books to over and over again. Now, we haven't talked about the exit plan and how to sell your. It's, you know, if you're looking at this from the beginning perspective, you don't really want to think about it at the moment. But this is an option that you have when you have 10, 15 books that they're performing very well, and you're making a lot of money. So you do it for a year or something, and then you have a portfolio of books and a history that they've been selling. You can put them in. There is places where you can put them for sale, and you sell the entire account, and people will buy it off you for, you know, sometimes 3 times what is worth it or something. So this is the exit plan. So to sum up, you have 3 ways of doing this. You can do it yourself, which again, you can do it. It's not a problem. And this course is going to help you a lot if you want to do it yourself, because it gives you a lot of insight on what to do and what not to do, I believe. Using AI, you need to learn how to do it. You know your pros and cons now. You can delegate somebody on Fiverr.com or Upwork, and you know you got pros and cons there. Think about also in the long term. If you find a good writer that it does it for you, and it takes, you know, and it does it fairly cheap, because you want to try not to spend too much money, I guess, especially at the beginning if you don't know if they're professional or not. If you're thinking, oh, I'll give it one, and they did it for me for $600, let's say, it's like kind of between, you know, a very cheap one and an expensive one, and then straight away you give it another one and another one. It might thinking, oh, you know what, I'll just raise the price now. Or it's time consuming to do a book if you don't know how to do it, or and even if you know how to do it, it's time consuming. The last one is, I know this is going to sound like a sales pitch, but it's the only one that I'm actually feel I want to recommend, because I know it inside out and I know how we do things. And you know, I never heard anybody else that gives you this plagiarism check with Turnitin. Just to give you an idea, I never seen any other service that they can use this. I'm keen to suggest you this. Nonetheless, these are the 3 options that you have. Wrap this up, and I'll see you in the next video. Alright guys, welcome back. Now we're talking about the title and the subtitle. So what is the title and subtitle? The title is the main keyword. Most likely, most of the time, the keyword is going to be into your title, and the subtitle gives more information about the book content. Together, they should not be more than 200 characters, but 197 characters or less is better. Now, when I'm saying less, I'm not saying 50 characters. 197, what I'm saying, 195 and 196. I'll tell you the reason in a minute. Now, if we're going to have a look at one of the books here that we have still open from previously. So imagine we're taking this book here. I'll open this up. So the title is this part here, before the column. So, and most likely the keyword is going to be inside the title. You see, carnivore diet cookbook is the keyword itself that we put here into our search bar. So most likely the keyword is going to be in the title itself, and the title is this bit before the column, and after the column this is your subtitle. Now the combination of these two would have to stick within 200 character, possibly less, under 97. So if I copy these and I go into this website, which is wordcounter.net, it's very useful because I can paste that in and it tells me that it's 183 characters. So this one is within. So that's okay. Let me just check another one. Just for this one, looks like it's got a long, oh, maybe not. But anyway, let's have a look at this one here. 25 minutes carnivore diet. So if I type this one in, 169. So they're all within. I would just try and have a look if I could find one that had a little bit more. Maybe this one here. One more time. See if, no, this one is still within. That's okay. So that's not a problem. The reason why we say 200 characters is because Amazon interface has limited space to display the title and subtitle, especially on the mobiles, on the search result of the mobile. So keeping the title and subtitle concise, it will allow you to have more visibility, especially from mobile. So the 200 characters is the actual maximum characters, but you want to try and keep it under 97 just in case. to account for any formatting issue or any display issue that different mobiles might have. Now, when we're talking about title and subtitle, we have to keep in mind one thing. On a title, we said that there is a keyword. So the title is most likely going to be the keyword, like this one. The subtitle, we want to describe what is the remaining. We want to focus on the benefits, and it has to be curious. It has to be sparking curiosity, and it has to tell something to the person that is buying this book. So you have to put yourself, you have to think that these people, when they buy a book, they don't care about anything else but them. So obviously, they buy a book for themselves. So they want to see what's in there for them. So here, for example, the subtitle says, a proven 60 days meal plan with simple and quick recipes to transform your health, lose weight, and boost energy. Perfect for busy families. So this is not a bad title, is it? So this guy could have done easy a title like this. Look, let me just show you. If I copy this, I'll put that here. Carnivore cookbook. It could have just put this, look. Simple and quick recipes to transform your health. That's it. That could have been the subtitle. Now, do we like that subtitle? Not really. Imagine you going to buy a book. You rather buy a book like this, or you rather buy a book with the entire, or buy a book like this, where you got everything here. So, I rather buy a book like that. So that's what you have to think. That's the way you have to think it. Now, so keep that in mind. When you doing, so you can help. Nowadays, you got ChatGPT, you got Claude, you got DeepSeek, you got all these different AI tools. Use them. When you find your keywords, you put your keywords into your title, like this guy did, Carnivore Diet Cookbook, and then for your subtitle needs to be specific. The more specific, the better it is. So it has to spark curiosity, have the benefits focused, and feel like new and exclusive. So if somebody's, it's about, is looking for books, and there's one of them that sparks out because it sparks the curiosity, is going to be more interested in buying that one. So this is what you want to be doing. You want to be, one of the, like, you see this one, this is not great. This, you never want to, I'm going to say this again over and over again, but there's few things that you don't want to do on your title and subtitle. One of the things is you don't want to do is put all capital letter like this. Definitely you don't want to do that. It looks very unprofessional, it's not great, and it's going to bring your book down. So definitely never put capital letter like this all the way. Or all lowercase. I've seen titles sometimes with all lowercase or a mix of both. So this is how you should do your title, just with this kind of, you got your capital per every word, but not all capital. Also, this is not bad. You see, like, he hasn't put in a title 2000 plus days of quick and easy recipes. So you can put that in a cover, which it makes a lot of sense. But you don't want to put it here in your title. The reason being, you start fighting other people that they might like this one, 60-day meal plans. Then there will be another guy who's going to put 90 days meal plan. And then there's going to be another one who's going to put 120. And there you go. This is 2,500 days. This guy is 1,500 days. You know what I mean? You're going to get tangled up into a situation that you don't want to be. So avoid to put that on your, like, this title is not great because of the capitals. This title is not great because of the capitals and the 2,500 days. Don't get tangled up in that. If you want to put those things like 1,500 days, 2,500 days of recipes and stuff like this, put it in your cover, but don't put it in your title. So that's my suggestion. So just to finish up, your title needs to be spark curiosity, has to be curious. Like people looking and thinking, oh, wow, that's interesting. What's he saying there? Benefit focus. So whatever benefit you got, you just put it there, but not the 2,000. Don't fall into the numbers category. 150 days of this or 1,500 days of that or 60 days meal plan. Just put the benefits, but don't put, like full color is a benefit. Full color pictures is the benefit, for instance. And feel like new and exclusive. Okay? So, it needs to be specific and try to keep it under 200 characters. 197 is probably better. All right, see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So, author name. You don't need to use your name. Actually, you don't want to use your name. To publish your books, you must have an author name or a pen name. So, absolutely, you should not use your real name. Always use a fictional pseudonym and a different made-up name, what we call the pen name, for each of your publication. Obviously, this is completely legit. This is perfectly legal. Everybody does that. Also, the big publishing house and big author. So, you should have no problem there. As I was saying, each for your publication. It depends, obviously, unless you want to create a collection of books on the same topic. And let me just give an example. So if I want to do easy diabetic diet, if I want to do a cookbook on the diabetic diet, for instance, as you can see, all these names are all pen names. Danielle Dare, Abby Baker, you see, Sophie Armstrong. Those are all pen names. If I open any of these books, like this one is a self-publisher like me and you, and if you have a look at the name, is just doesn't exist, is a pen name. If you scroll down, look, independently published. This hasn't even been bothered to put any author description. You can do an author description very quickly with ChatGPT again. You can just put the name and just put your character, what you want to say about this person, and it will do it for you. Now, if I click on Neil F. Stillman and I open a new page, let's have a look. He only done this book. So this is his only book. So if I gonna Google this name, it's not gonna exist, if you know what I mean. So please just use a pen name for, unless you do a collection of books. In that case, I've noticed there's a previous book here. I can show you in a minute. That this one has got Part of Diabetes Made Simple. So if I click on this one, this is another pen name like me and you. Emma Lane, could be a female. And if we scroll down, we notice that this Emma Lane, if I click on this, she probably have more than one book. There you go. So she's got Easy Diabetic Diet After 60. Then she's got Diabetic Food Bible, and it's the same person. So that makes sense to keep the same name. But if you do a cookbook, or you do a cookbook and then you do a guide on how to become an electrician, and then you do a guide on self-help, you don't want to keep the same name, obviously, for obvious reason. Your credibility is not there. Do you know what I mean? Like this person, oh look, this person done it also in German, following the German market as well. So it makes sense if you keep the same pen name for a collection of books. Even this picture, this person doesn't exist, obviously. The name, it doesn't exist, and this picture doesn't exist. It's not a break it or make it deal, really, to put your author pictures there in the description, but I go as far as saying that if you got that far to do everything, why don't you do that as well? So you come up with your pen name, you do a nice description done with ChatGPT, and then you can go into a website like this one. If you type on your Google or your engine search, this person doesn't exist. There is a lot of websites where you click on them and they can generate an image of a person who doesn't exist. So some of these, then you can download this for your project, and you buy the copyrights. Like it only costs like $14.95. You don't want to download it for free and then use it for something like Amazon KDP, because then you might not be able to claim the rights of that picture, and you might be ending up in trouble. But there's plenty of websites like this. This person not exist, that's another one. They generate pictures and random faces, or you can get female, whatever. You choose one of these faces for your book, and that's the easiest thing in the world that you can put it there. And believe me, the majority of these people, they all done it that way. So pen name, very important. You definitely want to do it, not with your name. Publish your book, have a pen name. Don't use your real name. Get a picture from one of these websites and do a nice description with your ChatGPT. Nothing to exaggerate. Just keep it simple. Simple is always working. Okay? All right, we'll wrap this up, and I'll see you all in the next video. All right, welcome back. In this video, we're talking about the cover. Very, very, very important. Cover, very, very important. So you got two choices here as well. Now, let me just write something down before we do anything. The cover is most likely at least 50-60% of your sales. So cover is at least 50-60, and I'm being negative here. I personally believe it's probably 80% of your sales on Amazon. Bosh and bosh. That's what it is. Reason being, people are looking for, that's the first thing that they got right up to their face, is the cover. They see it straight away and they'll be like, oh, okay, I like it, I don't like it. If they don't like it, it's already gone. That's it. You lost that customer. It's gone. So if you have a cover that it doesn't look good, bye-bye. See ya. Your first point of contact is your cover. Everything else comes after. Think about it. So at least 50%, 60% of your sales comes from your cover. What does it tell you? You need to do it right. So if we go to Amazon.com, let's say I'm opening my usual book. Let's open this one up. I keep opening the same one. If I like this cover, I'll open it. If I don't like it, I'll never open it. If I don't open it, I'll never buy it, and so on. Look at here. I got all these covers all together. So if quickly, I have a quick glance, I'm looking at them. Maybe I don't really like this one because it's a little bit different. What does it tell you? I'm never going to open that. I might open this one, which looks good. This one looks nice. That's the first glance. As a first glance, this is the first thing that people see, is your cover. That's why it's so important. I see so many times cover that they look terrible, really terrible, and they ask me, oh, I don't know why my book is not selling, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Well, you might be probably doing something wrong, but definitely your cover is not helping you at all. All right, so here, as we said, we got two options. Again, do it yourself or hiring a professional graphic designer. Now, if you do it yourself, you can use Canva, you can use Adobe, Photoshop, my suggestion is do not do it yourself. Do not do that. Just delegate it to a professional. The cover is so important. If you only got one thing that you want to invest and delegate, is this one. So I'd rather you doing your book on your own and just delegate and pay somebody for the cover. Now, if you do it yourself and you use Canva or Adobe Photoshop, you might be a graphic designer yourself. So you find all the directive into the Amazon KDP website, or you can Google it. It'll tell you all the format and all the measurement that you need to get. But believe me, even if you're a graphic designer, from my perspective, but you never publish anything on Amazon KDP, or you got no clue, you might be a very good graphic designer, but you got no experience in book covers and things like this. Now, if you don't, in that case, my suggestion is spend money and hire a professional graphic designer who already did a loads of cover and has got successful history, portfolio of covers. So here is what I would do. I would just go on Amazon and have a look at all the covers of my competitors, the one that they're really selling in my categories, in my niche, in my keywords, the keywords that I've found. I got a title, I got a subtitle. I have a look at all the covers of people that have got very low BSR. So I'm taking, let's say this one, 4,000, 6,000, 33,000. I'm looking at those, and what I do, I take a screenshot and I put it into a document, at least 4 of them. I've done it already here. Look, boom. Can you see that? So I took a copy and paste, I took a screenshot singularly, and I put it one next to each other. Now, remember, I want to delegate somebody to do that. Now, if you do it yourself, this works also if you do it yourself. I'm not suggesting you to do that, but if you want to do it yourself, you can do it yourself. If I delegate somebody, a graphic designer, to do that, I need to give him a brief. We were talking earlier for the book manuscript. Now, when I give them a brief, I want to tell them the title, the subtitle, what I want in there. If I want the subtitle, because from my perspective, the subtitle is not necessary in a cover. We can talk more about that eventually in a future video. But you can see that some people here, they put a subtitle, some people they didn't. So it's preferable choice. Nonetheless, you give them the brief with what you want, and then you also attach a document with 4 or 5 examples of the most lowest BSR cover that you find on your niche. Now, as you can tell, they look very similar, do they? They look very similar, and they all have a low BSR. This is what you want to do. You don't want to invent anything yourself. You don't want to say to the guy, oh, you want to cover like this with a yellow background and it has to be green, the font in green. There's nobody's got green and yellow. Do you know what I mean? There is a reason for that. It might be on a different niche. If you go into gardening, then maybe you can put yellow and green and all that stuff. But for this niche, as you can tell, especially for this particular carnivore diet cookbook, all the background a little bit on the darker side. There's nothing bright or as a background. They all have some sort of a red and white. Do you know what I mean? So this is exactly what you have to do. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. You don't have to do it yourself. You take what works and you give it to him and say, look, take inspiration from there. And then if you want to differentiate on something, you obviously want to differentiate. You don't want to do exactly the same, but, minimal changes. You don't want to completely do something totally out of the blue, totally different. You get me? So as you can tell, they all the selling one, they got very low BSR. They're all looking very similar. Yeah. So this protocol, this way of doing it works for this niche, but it works for every book that you're going to make. Now, I'll give you an example. If I go here and I put Python programming, so Python for beginners, actually, that's even better. Oh, you can tell that here. You see, Python programming is like a computer niche, a software computer and stuff like that. For beginners, they all have a similar. If I put Python programming for beginners, it will be even more. Look at this. The first few one, they all look very similar. Look at these. Do they? Why do you think they do that? Because it works. Because they all have a lower BSR. So in this particular keyword, in this particular niche, you notice that you take in these, you see they all have blue background on a yellow font and some white, and they also have some kind of a badge, but they all look very similar. Look, in fact, this one has got 24,000 in books. This one is kind of a new, so he hasn't gone there yet. This one has got 18,000. You know what I mean? This one tried to do something totally different, and guess what? It's got 197,000. It doesn't work. You know, I'm not saying it doesn't work only because of that. It might be some other reason, like the title is a little bit poor compared to something like this, as you can tell. But nonetheless, the cover really is really important. So when you do that, you want whichever niche you're going to end up. Maybe you do, as I said, you go into gardening and all the covers are dark green and they have some yellow flowers. This is what you want to do. So make sure really you are doing your homework, and when you talk to your graphic designer, you just give them a good detailed brief. He will ask you more information probably if he needs it to, and then you at least give them 4 pictures, 4 screenshots of the covers that are on the top level of that niche, the one that they got the lowest BSR. So go to Fiverr. When you go to Fiverr, you can go here, you put book cover design, search, and then you can open some up and see. That's exactly the same process as before. So you can open, if I was you, I'll go for reviews star. This one has got 5-star reviews with 1,000. So I'll open him up. I'll have a look at what kind of cover he's doing, and if I'm happy with it, I might go with him. So cover, it could cost you anything between $20 and $300, really. No, maybe not $300, but 100. Let's say $20 and $150 or something like that. It depends who's doing the cover and who's doing what. But this one here, look, Valentina P. Sounds Italian, actually. This one is a very good one, and it's $135. Standard premium, as you can see. So delegate. This is what I would do if I was you. Especially the cover is the most important bit. So if he's one thing that you want to delegate and you can only afford to one, delegate the cover, really. It doesn't matter, even if you're a graphic designer, but you've never done any book. If you've done a lot of books and you've done your cover and you've been successful, just go for it. But if you're a graphic designer and you haven't really never done a book cover or something, just at least for the first one, just give it to somebody, some of your colleagues that they did book covers, and just pay them to do it. You understand? It's that important, believe it or not. If you really want to do it yourself, good luck. Canva, Adobe, Photoshop, whatever. The process is the same. You have to find out who's your main competitor, the one that they got the lowest BSR. Put them together, put it aside, have a look what their background is. Just take inspiration from them and just differentiate yourself without doing something totally out of the box, if you know what I mean. Just keep it simple. That's the thing. So cover, it's at least 50, 60, probably more, 80% of your sales from my perspective. You can do it yourself. You can hire a professional graphic designer. I definitely recommend you send them a screenshot and let them do it. All right, we wrap it up. I'll see you all in the next video. Welcome back to this video, guys. So now we're talking about book description. So first of all, what is the book description? What is the description? So the description, if we go on Amazon, we get any book, is this bit here, all the way down, is what we call a description. So the description, you're not using just to describe what's inside your book. That's not the point. The point is it should be written in a way that convinces potential customer to buy it. And it should just not be a text describing what is contained inside your book. That's exactly what we're saying. So what do I mean by that? What do I mean by this bit here? In it to convince potential customer to buy it. What I'm trying to say is that if your potential customer is already not sure to buy your book or somebody else's book, and is going through it and is going through all your page and is having a look at the reviews, is having a look at the A+ content, and is thinking, yeah, not bad. This is what most likely they're going to be doing. They're just going to scroll up and down, and then they're going to hit the description bit, which is this one, and they start reading. Unlock the power of carnivore diet, transform your health. 5 bonuses are waiting. So that is what I'm talking about. You're going to grasp their attention with the description at that point, And most likely, if you have a good, solid description, you will be able to convert. I'm not saying that that is not as important as the cover, for instance, and the reviews, for instance, but having a good, solid description, it means a lot. If by him or her, by reading your description, you answer some of the question that is got, tired of diet that leave you feel drained, confused, and instantly hungry, like this one bit here, it's like an impulse. That's what the description is. It has to push through your customer in an impulsive way. Like, oh, okay, yeah, oh, I like this. So in this case, for your description, again, you got couple of options. Here you two choice. One, you can delegate the description to a copywriter on Fiverr. The prices are between $30 and $60. We can have a look at that as well. Fiverr or Upwork. So if I go here and I put Fiverr, fiverr.com, and all you do, you just put here copywriting. There you go. Click on that and you'll have plenty of copywriters. I don't want to get in now. Thank you. Get away. So also you can filter and do all your service option and everything in English. If you want to do a book in German on a German market or French or, you know, whatever. Normally, I noticed that just for a description, they're charging you anything between $20, $30 up to probably $60. So that is one of the way you can do it. The second one, which is the one that I prefer and the one that I suggest you in this particular way, is the opposite of what I said before. Do it yourself using AI. So it could be ChatGPT. I'm using ChatGPT, but also DeepSeek is very good nowadays. Grok is very good as well. Elon's one is a little bit more informal, let's say. Claude and Gemini. So they're all good. They're good enough for you to do a very good book description. If you do it yourself, an excellent description is composed by 5 phases. Let me just show it to you. These are the phases. So let's go by. So the first one is headline and questions. Now, I go as far as saying it could be only questions as well. Only questions is good enough. What does it mean? What do I mean by that? If I take this book again as an example, do you see here? This is the headline. Unlock the power of the carnivore diet. 5 bonuses are waiting for you. Now, this is the question that I'm talking about. Tired of diet that you leave you feeling drained, confused, or constantly hungry? It's time for something refreshing, exciting. Those are the questions, basically. What did this publisher did? This is a self-publisher like me and you, as you can tell. If I scroll down here, obviously just to show you, independently published. It's got very low BSR. It's got 45, not very low, but it's 45,000. Is selling quite well. So this is a publisher like me and you, and this is exactly what he did. He just, based on, let aside this title, which I don't like it because it's in capital, but he just did a research and he realized that people they into carnivore diets when they feel drained and maybe constantly hungry. They want to try the carnivore diet, but for some reason it's too much of a change compared to the previous diet that they were doing it, or if they had no diets and then all of a sudden, yes, they do it, but they feel constantly hungry, they feel drained. So he put that pain point. This is a pain point. Pain. It's a pain for the person that is going to buy it. And he's, by reading it, this, he'll be like, that's exactly how I feel. So he puts that there, and then he gives an answer. It's time for something fresh, exciting, and wildly satisfying. So that's another thing. Satisfying, because a lot of people sometimes they do these diets and they do it for benefits, but technically they don't enjoy it very much. With a carnivore diet cookbook for beginners, you can drive into hearty meat-based meals that fuel your body and help you achieve your health goals without the stress and restriction. So he knows, he did his researches properly, and he realized that these people, they get into a lot of constriction and restriction. So by highlighting that there and putting it there, it just create a point where people can resonate. Say goodbye to endless calories counting and complicated recipes. That's another thing. My missus is exactly the same. She goes through these phases, and sometimes she goes to the gym and she comes back and she's got all her plan and everything. Oh, do we eat together? And she goes, oh yeah, no, but I can only eat this one. And every time she takes pictures of what she eats, and you count the calories, and then she put it into an app, and it's just a mess. But this is what people get as far as doing. You know what I mean? So I can see this happening big time. So say goodbye to endless calorie counting and complicated recipes. That's it. He goes straight away to the heart of this. Pain point right there, and answer to the pain point. That's exactly what we want. So that's a perfect example. Now maybe I'm going to use some other books as an idea, but this, we can stick with this one for the time being. So let's have a look at the second point. Second point is introduction to the benefits of the book, or addressing the pain point of the potential customer, which is next to what I was saying before. So introduction to the benefits, and this guy, look, 5 bonus awaits you. So that's good. And the pain point, obviously he's got the question here, goodbye to her. What make this cookbook, a game changer? And that is an introduction, and this is the bonuses as well. It's bonuses to boost your success. Dining out guide, seasonal meat calendar, essential supplement guide, carnivore sauce recipes, guide to fasting. So this is all on point. It's pretty good. Yes, all in all, I would say point 1, phase 1 and phase 2, it just put it here. These are the phase 1 and phase 2 probably. Most likely, this is what it is. As you can tell here, we got headline and question, or only questions, and that's what it's got at the beginning. Headline, and then a question title, diet that leaves you feel drained, confused, and constantly hungry. So, introduction to the benefit of the books and addressing the pain point, and this is what that is. Say goodbye to endless calories. This bit here. Now, this is probably already the third step, which is persuasive bullet point. And these are the bullet point that I'm talking about. As you can see, they're done in this way. I'm not a big fan of emoticons. I believe you can put bullet point without putting emoticons. I don't think they're very professional. They look very professional from my perspective. Although, you know, a lot of people are using it and they probably are converting a little bit. So I wouldn't personally do it. But look, the bullet points are here. Easy, flavorful recipes. Simple to make, pack it with flavor, and designed to keep you satisfied every single day. 101 day meal plan. Yep, we were reading it before. 5 bonuses. That's most important. And when it goes to bonuses, exclusive bonuses to boost your success, it tells you what they are. So dining out guide, seasonal meat calendar. Yep, that's pretty good. So this is the phase 3, most likely. From there, we move on to step 4. Make clear why the potential customer needs your book to solve their problem. Let's have a look if he done it here. So there you go. What could this book help you to achieve? That's very good. Imagine waking up with more energy. So is making it clear here. It did that point very well. Why the potential customer needs your book to solve their problem. So your potential customer always have a problem. And that's why they're going to look for a book that resolve their problem. So this is very important. So point 4. Look at this. Enjoy meals that are both simple to prepare and utterly satisfying, while effortlessly shedding pound and clearing your mind. So you're getting a little bit slimmer at the same time and ease off your mind. Whether you're new to the carnivore lifestyle, or looking to perfect your approach, this cookbook will help you every step of the way. Very good. Fantastic. Now, very last point, step number 5, call to action. CTA, can you see that? Call to action. And he did it. Ready to transform your life? Click the buy now button and start your carnivore journey today. Unlock the power of a simple, delicious meal that will fuel your healthy and bring lasting results. That's it. He did it. Basically all. That's exactly what we want to see in the description. Again, I wouldn't have put bullet points like this, but more or less, most likely I would have put another couple of questions here if that was me. Diet that leave you feel drained, confused, and constantly hungry. You only got one question. I would have put another 2. But that's exactly what this guy did. He followed this path. Headline question, introduction to the benefits of the book, addressing the pain point, persuasive bullet point, make it clear why the potential customer needs to buy your book and not somebody else's book, and call to action. So how physically we're going to do this? Very simple. You ready? Now we're going to get our prompt. This is going to be our prompt. We're going to utilize this one on ChatGPT, and with this one and something else, we're just going to be able to do our description quite easy. So the prompt says, act as an experienced copywriter, write a compelling book description based on a target customer description, the buyer's persona goals and the pain points, and the title and the subtitle of this book. Now, we had a look at before on the title and subtitle, so when you will have your title and subtitle, we're going to put it here. We're going to do that now anyway. The description must be very convincing to the target customer and address his or her main problems. The purpose of the description is to convince potential customer to buy the book on Amazon, emphasize all the book's advantages, benefits, and unique features. Address the reader as you. Write the book description using the example provided and adopting into the structure. Wow, can't read today. Right, so what we're going to do, we're going to take this one, example, and then we're going to give it an example. We copy it. Now you open your ChatGPT, and you paste it here where it says title and subtitle. Do you remember on the previous lesson we were having a look at some title and subtitle? We're just going to get that one. That's the title and subtitle we were looking at before. Let's just take this one for an example. It's just an example. So we copy this, and I'm going to put that here. This is the book. And now, as an example, I'm just going to give him, let's see if this is an example of the pain points, but let's just see if there is a better book that has got a little bit more questions. Maybe let's have a look at this. This one looks good as well. Let's have a look at his description. This is only one question as well. I want to see something with 3 questions, if you know what I mean. Let me have a look at some of the bestsellers here. Let's go up here. Let's have a look at this. Unlock, easy to follow recipes. You will discover, this is even poorer than the previous one. Sorry, I haven't checked this one before, so it really is my first time opening this. Ready to transform your life. There's only got one question here as well. I'll find one. We stick with this one, no problem. So, I was looking for some other books, but it looks like this is probably the best one for the time being. Otherwise, I'm going to stay here forever. But you get a point. So what you're going to do, you're going to copy the description in full until the call of action, and then copy. Then you're going to paste it here underneath the prompt. And as a magic, you click the button and you let it work. What it'll do, it'll just go through and create a nice description for you. Let's have a look. What is working? Take control of your health with the ultimate 60-day carnivore meal plan. That's it. This is what I was talking about. Tired, complicated diets that leave you feel frustrated, hungry, and exhausted. Struggling to find meals that the whole family will love while trying to lose weight and boost your energy. So that's already a couple of questions there. So this is an example. A similar, obviously, is based on this one. The more you give it to them the more you give it to ChatGPT as an example, and the more it will jump them together. But this one is already a good description. What does it got? You just take it, and you copy it onto your prompt, underneath your prompt. Let's go from there. Let's have a look how that is. So take control of your, let's put this in a different page. That's it. Now, here you got a couple of questions. What did we say? Headline and question, or only question. Introduction to the benefits. So here, look, tired of complicated. So this is the headline. This is the question. Tired of complicated diets that leave you feeling frustrated, hungry, or exhausted. Struggling to find meals. The carnivore diet cookbook is your proven solution. 60-day meals plan. Fantastic. Then bullet point and made it clear why the potential needs us. So the bullet points are what make this cookbook must have. So again, it did the bullet point obviously with the emoticons, because this is what we took as an example. But you can always change that yourself, as you can tell. What result you can expect. That is the other one that we were talking about. Number 4. Make it clear why the potential customer needs your book to solve their problems. So number 4, the phase is this one. What results can you expect? This is shed stubborn fat and build lean muscle, eliminate sugar craving, feel energized all day, improve focus and mental clarity. Enjoy food freedom. That's it. And at the end, the call to action. Click the buy now button and start your 60-day transformation today. So that's it. How long did it take you? Take it about 5 minutes. So with this prompt, you can take a screenshot, you can copy it, just save it somewhere. This is what you're going to be using to do the description with ChatGPT. You can do it yourself. My suggestion is when ChatGPT comes out with this one, just go and change some stuff. I would not put these things. Let's see, what is it suggesting me to do? So if I do this, for instance, and I change these into those, I take this out, probably take all this. That's all you have to do, really. You edit it a little bit the way you like it, and eventually you make sure you have a good final product that you can put it there. I'll show you later how to do it, how to put it into your Amazon KDP account eventually when it's time to do it. So don't worry about it. So I'm not going to carry on, but do you know what I mean? So from there you can modify, you can always expand a little bit more. Like if for some reason I feel that this is not the best description for this bit, I can go back to here and say to ChatGPT, expand with a few more questions on this. I paste it and I go here. So there you go. It gave me some more question there. Did you remember I said to you, I like to have 3 questions maybe at least on the top. So most likely this is what it's going to be like for me. Just going to copy this, go back here, the bit where the question were. So must have, there you go, and paste it. So do you know what I mean? You can change it as much as you want. You can do wherever you like, really. It has to follow that path. As long as you got these 5 phases: headline and question, or only question, introduction to the benefit of the book, persuasive bullet point, make it clear why the potential customer needs to book your book to resolve his problem, and the call to action, you should be good to go. Now, remember, majority of people don't even do that. A lot of people, out of 50% of people, they do a poor description, or they do a description that is not great. If you do this, your possibility to convert will be way higher than other people. All right, we'll wrap it up. We'll see you all in the next video. Welcome back, guys, to this video. So in this one, we're talking about book formatting, the theory of book formatting. So once we have the interior of our book, it needs to be formatted to according to the Amazon KDP criteria. What that means, most likely, if you delegate somebody to do your book, like a ghostwriter, it's not going to come back to you already done in a way that Amazon wants you to put it into the KDP. So we know the criteria. Now, it depends. If a guy that is doing it, if your ghostwriter, let's say, is someone who already did books for Amazon KDP, you might be able to ask him, can you please do the formatting as well for the criteria? And now we're going to have a look at the criteria. But a lot of time, this is a different service that somebody else does anyway. So you're either going to be doing that yourself, or you can ask them, whoever is doing the book for you, to do that for you. Now, in the case that you're going to make your own book with AI, like we've seen earlier, then in that case, you have to do the format as well. Recommended formats. So recommended formats for diet, cookbooks, craft, and hobbies. We suggest 8 by 10 or 8.5 by 11. So when you're going to put your book into a Word document, let's say I'm opening another document here, let's say. So if I go, this is a slightly different, it's always Word, but it's slightly different, just to let you know. But nonetheless, so if I go to layout, I'll have size here. As you can see, this is 8.5 by 11, and you got different, you can add more custom pages and stuff like this. So keep that in mind. We're going to go back there. But recommended formats is for diet, cookbooks, craft, and hobbies. The main categories that we were talking about is 8 by 10 or 8.5 by 11. For non-fiction, self-help, business books, something that require a different layout or something, most likely is going to be 6 by 9. Why 8 by 10 or 8.5 by 11 for cookbooks? They're quite big formats, let's say, and if you need to show pictures with recipes and stuff like that, they're quite good. So if we're going back onto our carnivore diet here, I already opened another one actually for the 6.9 just to show you 6 by 9. So this one, if I scroll down here, it says 8.5 by 11, and most likely all the cookbook that you see here, they're going to be 8.5 by 11, unless somebody does something totally different. Let's say this one, for example. Let's have a look. I open up 8.5 by 11. You can see that. So they're all going to be that format, and if you do a cookbook, just make sure you do that format too. If we take in as an example a self-help one, which is this one that I'm using all the time, with good intention. Now this is hardcover, but that doesn't really matter. You can see here it says 6 by 9, sorry, 6 by 1 by 9. So that is the different format. So as a general rule of thumb, stick with 8.5 by 11 if you want to do a cookbook, or if you're into craft and hobbies. 8.5 by 11 is basically, as I said, it's a big book and is like your normal A4 book. And then 6 by 9 is more of a smaller book. Those paperback that you see, they're smaller in size. Nonetheless, when you go into your Word document, you can change that here. If you want 8 by 11, most likely it's going to be like straight, like my one is already set up. This says 8.5 by 11. It's a letter one, as you can see. So you can just paste your stuff here and you'll be fine. Or if you want, you can change it, or you can go custom. Maybe here you can put 6, and here you put 9, and now you got a 6 by 9. You got like this, and that is more of a 6 by 9. Now I stick with this one most likely. Once you got those, when you decide what kind of book you're doing, and what is your format. Now, as I said, at the beginning, I suggested to do cookbooks because they are an easy entry and they easy to profit on. So then when you get more experience, you can move on to different subjects. But let's say you do a cookbook, you do 8.5 by 11, you decided that that is the thing. You got two different options now again. One is delegate the formatting. If you ask a ghostwriter to do it for you and he hasn't done the formatting, you have to go back on Fiverr, find another guy who is specialist on formatting and ask him to do the formatting for you. Now, the price is ranging as usual between $10 and $30 more or less. It depends, as good as how good you take in your it's not rocket science, really. It's not rocket science. So if you want to delegate somebody, see, first of all, if you can delegate the same person, the ghostwriter that did it for you, without spending too much money on top of what you already spent. B, if he doesn't do it, see if you get somebody on Fiverr or Upwork, or do it yourself using Word. So when you got that one, you got them two. That's great. Once you have the complete formatting, you will have on hand format and number of pages. Why is that important? Because now you're going to give that one to the person who's going to do your cover. Definitely, we said we're going to delegate the cover 99% of the time. So he has to do the cover and front and back, and he has to do the paperback and the Kindle version. So he needs that format and he needs the number of pages to understand for the spine on the paperback especially. So we wrap it up. There you have it. Book formatting theory. You need to do 8 by 10 or 8.5 by 11 or 6 by 9. Whatever you got, whatever you choose. You got two choices. Either you do it yourself or you delegate somebody to do it. When you have it, you definitely want to send it to whoever does your cover for them to be able to do that. All right. Everything for this lesson. We'll see you all in the next one where we're going to talk about the practice of the book formatting. Okay. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome back to this video. So, book formatting, the practice. Now, let me start saying that this is like a pain. This is a pain. So, there's a lot going on here, and I won't have the time and the space to fit in a video here and explaining exactly how this works. So, delegate. Now, if you want to do it yourself, let me just give you some guidelines. Imagine we have developed our book. We have our manuscript. Maybe we got that done by a ghostwriter. Maybe we done it ourselves. Do you remember we were looking at earlier when we used ChatGPT to develop a layout of chapter by chapter summary of the book for the type 2 diabetes? If you go back into the previous lesson, you'll see it. Now, let's use that as an example. That's why it's good to have ChatGPT with a history and go back always from the same history. And you can take a prompt like this one where it says, act as a seasoned ghostwriter and begin crafting the book by expanding the first chapter you previously developed, which we were looking at earlier. Ensure the chapter resonates deeply with the target audience, addressing the specific goals, pain point, and needs. Keep in mind the book title and subtitle. Do you remember we had the book title? We copied the book title from another book just for an example. Proven 60-day meals, blah, blah, blah. Yes, and create a compelling, persuasive narrative that speaks directly to the reader's challenges and aspirations. This is how you actually developing a book anyway. The chapter should be engaging, solution-oriented, and inspired confidence. Yeah, so this is the prompt. If I give it okay, this is what it's going to come up with. So we let it work a little bit. It's coming up. So this is only the first chapter, obviously. That's for this particular instance. I just want to give you an idea of how to format and follow some guidelines. So this is making the book now. We can start copying some of the stuff. Let's copy this bit. And I go and paste it here. As you can tell, already give me chapter 1. Understanding the current life-changing approach to health and vitality. So, what we're saying, this is the guidelines, and then I'll tell you what I would do if I was you. Fonts. Any fonts you like is fine, but the simpler the better. I personally use Aptos Body or Georgia or New Times Roman or sometimes Arial as well. It depends. Now, font size most likely is 11 or 12. It depends what kind of book you're doing, but if it's a cookbook, most likely it's going to be one of them too. The one that you prefer, the bigger the better, but you might end up having more pages. Now, if you do a something for seniors, like a guide, like a computer guide for seniors, you want to make sure you even do 12 or 13 because they need to be able to see it. Line spacings is always in between 125 and 1.5. By line spacings, we are talking about the distance between them lines. Those format every chapter title as a heading 1. So we're talking about this. This is the chapter title. We go here. As you can see, is already heading 1. This, as you can see, is up to body 12. So we got that one. Remove extra space and replace with page breaks at the end of the chapter and line space in between every paragraph. You can see here we got paragraph 1. There is always a space in between. So this is just an idea. What you have to think, you have to do this and go through the entire book. At the end, it has to be saved as a digital format. It has to be doc. And if you want to do the paperback, that's going to be a PDF. So you have to keep that in mind. To begin with, you start with a layout. You need to choose your layout and the margins. Actually, before that, you need to choose your size. And normally we said it's always 8.5 by 11. Do you remember for the type of books that we're looking at? Or 6 by 9. You change that by looking at this. You can put a custom paper size as well. Then you'll have to go through your margins. You can put custom margins or normal margins. So there's a lot of other things that can go going on, but as a general rule of thumb, these are your main guidelines when you do a book. My suggestion is, if you get around to have a book, either you done it with ChatGPT, look, is creating all the paragraphs now, and this is only the first chapter, or you delegate somebody, a publishing house or a writing service company or somebody on Fiverr. Just you can, well, if it's a publishing house, like if we do it ourselves, we'll give you a product that has got everything sorted. But if you give it to somebody that he only does the book, then you can go back into fiverr.com. And this is not a difficult job. You can get a very cheap $10, $20, that's $5, $20. Amazon KDP books and ebook formatting. So all you have to do, give them the guidelines of what you want and let them know, what kind of formatting you want. It's going to be straightforward and quick for them because they're just going to copy the entire book and format it. So this is what I suggest you to do. This is something that you want to delegate. You don't want to spend too much time doing it yourself, especially if you've never done it. If you're not great at computer, you have to learn, all these ins and outs, and it could be very cheap just to delegate somebody. So this is what I would personally do at this point, at this stage. You have to prioritize what is most important, I believe, and do not waste time for no reason. Okay, so book formatting, if you want to do it yourself, these are more or less the guidelines that you want to keep. And if not, my suggestion, go on Fiverr and ask a service. You just send them the brief of what you need and they will do it for you. Okay, we'll wrap this up and I'll see you all in the next lesson. Right, welcome back to the video, guys. So in this video we're going to talk about the brief. In self-publishing, a brief is a detailed plan that outlines the key aspects of a book project. So this is very important, and it's something that you are going to do it for yourself, or if you hire a ghostwriter or a publishing house or publishing service, you need to hand over to them the brief. Now, a well-structured brief ensures consistency, clarity, and alignment with the book's goal. So sky's the limit with a brief. You can do a very detailed brief, or you can leave it a little bit more broad. But as a general rule of thumb, you need 3 key elements. The first one, book overview. So you need to tell whoever is doing your book, or you're going to write down that for you, the title, the subtitle. So if you haven't finished the title, if you got the majority of the title, but you haven't finished it structurally, you can put a placeholder title in the final if the final one is not finished. So the subtitle, the genre, the target audience, and the book length. Those are very important, especially if you give it to a ghostwriter. It needs to know what's happening. So estimated word count or page count. So you want to tell him if you do a book of 200 pages, 100 pages, 70 pages. It's very important. It needs to know. Target audience, who the book is for. So number 1 is the book overview. Number 2 is the structural breakdown. And number 3 is the formatting and design of the book. So structural breakdown, it means the chapter summary, outline of the chapters, the key topics covered, and the special elements, which is like images, quotes, reference, anything like this. And the formatting, obviously, book size, layout. We were talking about in another videos about 6.9 or 8.5 by 11 for the printing size that Amazon KDP allows. The font and the spacing preference, cover design, guidelines, that's not much important. That is probably a separate brief to somebody who's going to be doing the cover for you. Because remember, the cover is really something that you want to delegate. And the formatting from the interior. Now, I'm going to give you an example now of what I'm talking about anyway. This is the bare minimum that you want to get down for a brief, really. If you do it, either you do it yourself or you give it to a ghostwriter or to a publishing service. Now you can expand that and put stuff like your publishing distribution plan. That's for you mainly. Marketing and promotion. As you can see, you got what platform you're going to use, what format, paperback, obviously, most likely, the pricing strategy, a launch strategy, and so on. Also, you can put down a time and budget. Time and budget. This is quite important, actually, if you know your deadlines and draft for revision, especially if you delegate somebody to do that. Okay. Now, what is the brief really? If I give you an example, we go back into these diabetic books for beginners that we have here. We were using as an example earlier. If I click on any book like this one, maybe. So this is the title, yeah. So in the title, your title should come off from market research. So from my perspective, in the title, you have to include everything that you want to tell, or everything, just to make in those 197 characters, you want to include everything towards your target. You know, that's the summary of your target persona. So type 2 diabetes cookbook for beginners, great. Between the title and subtitle, you want to tell exactly what you're going to give them. What is the answer that you got for them? 2000 days of super easy, tasty, low sugar and low carb recipes with color pictures and 30-day meal plan. Great. Live healthier, cooks deliciously. Right, so if this is your title, that you came up with this title after your market research and everything, this is what you most likely going to be able to do. You're going to copy your title. And this is how you can do a brief very quickly to hand over to somebody or for yourself. You can go to ChatGPT and you can put down something like create a brief chapter by chapter for this book column. Now here, paste the title of your book that you have. You have the title because you've done your market research and everything. So you're going to put that there. You press enter. There you go. You got a rough idea. Oh, look, even 30-day meal plan. Obviously, it wasn't a title, so it's doing it. But that's your brief. That's it. Chapter 1, Understanding Type 2 Diabetes. Chapter 2, Basic of Diabetes Friendly Diet. Chapter 3, Essential Ingredient and Kitchen Staples. Breakfast recipe, lunch recipes, dinner recipes, snack and appetizer. There you go. So it could, obviously, you can change all this. This is just a raw, unedited version of the brief. But if you want to expand on this one, all you have to do is click something like, please expand on chapter 10, or add stuff onto chapter 10, or I want more drink and smoothie, or less dessert and sweet treats. You get me? So just to let you know, I'm using WebPilot, which is one of the chat GPT app inside the actual chat GPT bot. But you don't have to. You can do this on the standard chat GPT. I suggest that you have a chat GPT, at least the pro version, which is like $20 a month. Especially if you want to write the book on your own. You don't want to get stuck with the free version. Nonetheless, this is how you do your brief. Eventually, what you can do is copy it. Get up to here. Then you go back to your document, or you can open your new document and you paste it. So you have one document with your brief 1-by-1 chapter, and you can send it to a publishing house or a service or a ghostwriter, and you can modify it whichever way you want to modify it. So that's how you do your brief. Okay, we can wrap this up. I'll see you all in the next video. All right, welcome back, guys. In this video, we have a quick summary of what we've done so far. So what we need in order to publish a book. Most important one, keywords. So we need the profitable keywords. You have to search it yourself. If you don't delegate everything to a company, you have to search your keyword yourself and find a category, a niche that you need in order for you to publish your book on. Now, after the keyword, you want to find out a title and a subtitle. Remember what we said about the title? Most likely that your title is going to contain the keyword. It's going to be short and sweet, contain the keyword, and then you got column. And after that, you got your subtitle. Your subtitle, again, has to be the combination of title and subtitle doesn't have to be more than 200 characters. Leave a little bit of room for some misjudgment over there and just go 197 just to be on the safe side. On the subtitle especially, you want to have a basic summary of what is inside your book, what expectation you deliver to the potential customer. Now then we got the manuscript and content, or content obviously, which is the inside of the book that you're either going to delegate somebody or use AI in order to generate that yourself. Now you got a cover, which in my opinion, if you really want to do everything else on your own, just delegate the cover because it's very important. It's such important. When you do your cover, you'll have a digital one for your ebook, and then you'll have a paperback one. I suggest you not to do it yourself, but if you do it yourself or if you delegate somebody, just remember that your cover for your Kindle is going to be a JPG, and paperback has to be PDF. Just remember that. So most importantly, just be careful. Your cover is, from my perspective, they're saying 50-60%. I think it's 80% of your sales. So make sure you do it correctly. Description. We had a look at how to do a good description on ChatGPT. You can do that on your own. If you remember, we were here and we asked, using a prompt, a compelling book description, tailor it for the target audience. So when you got a title, you can go through here. Do you remember we done this? And then you can expand on this if you want more question or something. Follow that scenario. Last but not least, format and editing, which goes along with this one, to be fair. These two, 1 and 2. This is another thing that I will delegate. I wouldn't waste any time. It's going to be very cheap if you delegate it anyway. Make sure you give them a brief of what you want. Again, this one in digital has to be a doc for the digital version and has to be PDF for the paperback. So all in all, this is the summary of what you have to do really. So when you have all these points down, then you're ready to open your account on Amazon KDP and publish your first book. Welcome back, guys. So now it's time to open our Amazon KDP account if you don't have one yet. So it's time to sign up. How are we going to do that? It's very, very simple. If you don't have any account or anything, you just go here and you click Amazon KDP, sign up. Boom. You come here. Well, first of all, you'll have kind of a little bit of description how to do it here anyway. But let's have a quick look. So create the KDP account. Off you go. You go to Amazon KDP. Oh, yeah, that was not the one I'm talking about. Okay, so you ended up in this website here, which is the Kindle Direct Publishing, Amazon.com. You click on Join KDP, and now you have to put here your name, first name, surname, email address, and 2 password, and re-enter the password to create your KDP account. Now, I'm not going to do this because Amazon is pretty peculiar on having more than one account. So I have already my account, and so I'm just going to show you. I've got some screenshot that I'm going to show you, but just to, one of the main questions people ask is, shall I open, I have an Amazon consumer account, like account where I buy stuff normally. Shall I use the same one or shall I not? Is it better? Is it not good? Is Amazon looking at that? Now, technically, if you look at what Amazon says, it's easier for you if you use the same consumer account that you have to create your KDP account. If you are a kind of an engineer in mind and you won't keep things separate, that's no problem. You can put a different email and create a brand new account for KDP. So you keep everything separate. Maybe you keep all your money separate and everything with a different thing. But it's fine to use your normal consumer account. It's actually better for something that is going to speed up some of the process when it's time for you to, I believe, receive the money or something. Anyway, there's less to do. You're gonna skip some passage if you using your consumer account. So my suggestion is use your consumer account. There's nothing wrong with that. Then if you really don't want to get confused or something, just open a separate one. But just know that you're gonna have to do a couple of steps more when it's time to. I think it's something to do with the money, but I'm not sure. I don't remember. That was a long time ago. Nonetheless, you go here, you fill it all in, and you get your details. Now, you're going to get presented with a document that is going to look something like this. Here, as soon as you enter into and you signed up, you are basically into your new account. Now, this is not my number, guys. Don't think that this is my account ID. I just took the screenshot from the web somewhere. But this is exactly, going to be your first page. So it's your profile. My profile is this page. So you'll have to choose if you want to be down as an individual or a corporation. So most likely, if you are an individual, you just fill in all your details here, and then you move to the second page, which is getting paid. Now, getting paid is this one where you give them all your bank details and with date of birth and everything. This is where you're going to receive your money from your royalties. Pretty straightforward. So it doesn't matter whichever country you are. If you're in US, great. If you're in United Kingdom, great. Wherever you are, you're just going to put your bank details there. After that, this is an important passage. You're gonna get asked the taxpayer identification number, which is the TIN, which is the American. Now, if you are not an American, you don't live in America, maybe you might be from Canada, United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Africa, Morocco, Europe, wherever. You have to find out exactly how it works. Now, I know on my side, because I'm in United Kingdom and we need a unique taxpayer reference number, which is called also the UTR number. Now, I'm talking about United Kingdom here. Don't think that you can use your national insurance number for this. You cannot. I mean, it's risky. People have done it and then they ended up having problems with Amazon. They had delays and on delays. So the UTR number is the number when you're a self-employed, as a sole trader or as a LTD, whatever. The thing is, if you don't have an account as a self-employed, you want to go to the government website and register yourself as a sole trader, and they will give you this UTR number. If you don't have it, it might take up to 10 days to arrive via post into your at your house. But if you use their app, the HMRC app, you'll be able to see it straight away there as soon as it's ready, which it might take a couple of days anyway. That is what you have to put here. Unique taxpayer reference number. If you are in UK, remember, this is not your national insurance number. Now, why is that important? I completely forgot about it. If you are not in US, Amazon might take 30% of your royalty. That's important. So in order for you to avoid that, this is why you have to do this. When I put my UTR here and I put my country of residence, you have a tax treaty benefit. So every country, they have different tax treaties. So if you are from a different country from UK, you want to check on, just do a Google search or do a YouTube search. It must be somebody from your own country. Like if you're in India, if you're in France, if you're in Germany, just do a YouTube search of some of your country fellas that they're doing a video regarding this, and you'll find out exactly what I'm talking about. But basically, by doing this, I'm not going to pay US those 30% of royalty that they want to take from me, if you know what I mean. So this is very important. Claim of tax treaty benefit. Now, United Kingdom, we have a tax treaty and it goes down to 0. I know that Portugal, for instance, it might have 10%. There's a discount. It's not 30%, but it's that 10%. And I think Italy might be the same. I'm not sure. You need to check it yourself. It's just a thing that you don't want to skip. When you get past this stage, then your next one is going to be this. They're going to give you this page, which is a form W8BEN. And you have to fill it in here. Name of the individual, country. When you've done that, you ended up in this page, which is the W8BEN form that Amazon want you to fill up. What is remaining here? Same details: name, country, citizen, residence, country, city, and all that stuff. And eventually, you have to sign this at the end of this form. Now, when you sign this one, you're gonna get validated. So your tax information has been received and successfully validated. They will give you a reference ID numbers, and then you could download also this document on your own. So that's it, pretty straightforward. After this, you are set to go. So pretty easy. Now, if you want a little bit more information about the actually tax thing, as I said, Amazon KDP applies a 30% withholding tax on royalties earned by non-US publishers. However, if your country of residence has a tax treaty with the United States, you might be eligible for a reduced withholding rate or exemption for withholding entirely. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Now here, if you go into the KDP website, you have some bit more information here. You see about tax withholding. And if you are from the US person perspective or non-US person, and then from there, obviously, you got all marketplaces and they give you a little bit more information. You can read this and go through. Pretty straightforward. Again, if you're not sure about it, just ask some professional in your country. Like if you're in America, it should be straightforward. You use TIN number. If you're in UK, you need to use that UTR number for your taxes. If you are in any other country, you know, do some research, Google research, YouTube. There's going to be a YouTuber that does KDP that most likely has gone through this and will show you how to do it. But it's pretty straightforward. Okay, great. I'll see you in the next video. All right, guys, welcome back to this video. So here we're talking about pricing and launch strategy. Now it's time to launch your book, and a lot of people, they skip this, like they don't even think, they don't have any strategy, any launch strategy or anything. Just publish it on and they're thinking, oh yeah, well, then whatever it goes, it goes. No, you need to have a strategy. You need to have a strategy all the time to use leverage in order for you to be successful. So how you do that? First, you're going to publish your Kindle, then you're going to publish your paperback. Now, if you're going to, well, let's talk about a Kindle. Kindle is going to be the first one you're going to publish it, and then you're going to get reviews. When you build up some reviews, then eventually you're going to publish your paperback version. So everything is ready. You got everything. Everything is there. No problem. You upload it all onto your KDP account like we've seen in the previous video. Now it's time to choose a price and publish it. Now, you got two different types of, on the previous video you've seen me just pricing it at $0.99 and put 30%. You got 30% or 70%. Now you can also do $9.99 and 70%. What's the difference? The difference is, if you want to get verified reviews using a platform like the platform that we have to get reviews, to get more reviews, we have a platform that you can use. You pay a fee for the platform, and we are connecting you with reviewers from US, legitimate, that they can add reviews to your book. Now, in order to do that, we have to price it at 99 cents. So $0.99. Let me just give an example. If I go here and I pick up any book, we were onto the carnivore diet cookbook niche. So let me open this one up, for example. So as you can see here, he's got Kindle $2.99. So it's still probably in a phase of try to get more reviews. Some of them, they're like probably $9.99. This is $2.99 as well. And some of them, it might be $0.99. Let's have a look at this one. Just out of curiosity, this is $6.99. So we have a strategy that we're going to bring the price up slowly, eventually, from $0.99. So this is what some of these might do. This is $9.99, as you can see. So what is the difference between verified reviews and not verified reviews? If you scroll down here, you will see some of the reviews called verified reviews, like this one. Sorry, verified purchase, verified purchase, verified purchase. These are all verified, as you can see. So if I do see more reviews, critical reviews, this is not a verified purchase, for instance. Yeah, like this one. Oh no, actually this is verified as well. This guy's got a loads of verified. I just want to get, let me just open this one. This might have some non-verified. Let me just scroll down here. This is verified, like this one, Viola. She's not verified, and you can see when you get verified reviews, they're gonna come up on the front page always. They're gonna come up on top. Like this is another verified purchase. Now, if you don't have a verified purchase, it means that the customer didn't buy the actual book. So it could have used this. You can see, write a customer review here, share your thought with other customers. So that it could be a not verified purchase. Why do we price it at $0.99? Is because if you use a platform like us, what we're going to do, we have to distribute your book to the readers, and they're going to buy it. We're going to give them the details, they're going to buy it, and then we have to refund them. You get me? So if we leave it at $0.99, that'll be easier and cheaper for us to refund them, and for you as well. Now, without complicating too much your life, I'll just tell you that it doesn't really matter if you got verified purchase or non-verified purchase. It doesn't really matter. If you got no verified purchases, but you only have normal reviews from people that are not verified, they're still going to show up here anyway. The only difference is that as soon as you get a verified purchase, it's going to get right on top. It's going to be right there at the beginning. You don't have to start. I'm not saying to you that you have to start with verified purchase. You can get just normal reviews. that they don't have to be verified. It's just a strategy. If you can always get these verified purchases later if you want to. If you head over to our website, you will see that we have different packs. We got verified or non-verified reviews. It's up to you. You can buy whatever you like if you want. If you want to build up reviews before you launch your paperback, this is what I suggest you to do. You just go onto the website, have a look at what package we have, and then choose the package. It depends on your keywords as well, how much competition you have, and eventually you put on reviews while you still have the Kindle version, while you still have your digital copy. Before you wanna, your aim is to publish your paperback with already a loads of reviews on top. Okay, your reviews, they're gonna show up here on the top as well. When as soon as you open a book, like here, you'll have 59. As you can see here, it's not going to tell you if they're going to be verified or unverified, so don't worry about that. And it's going to be like the score here. So don't worry, you don't have to have verified reviews. To be fair, you can get them unverified. It doesn't matter. The most important bit is that you have them, and you have as many as possible. As I said, head over to our website if you want. We got different packages. I think we also have packages that we got mixed, verified and unverified. It doesn't really matter as long as you have reviews there that you can, build up and have good numbers of review over there. So to summarize, so Kindle 0.99 or 9.99. It depends if you want. Let's say you get in a package from us of verified reviews, you can price it like this. If you want unverified reviews, you can easily price it at 9.99. Obviously, if the price of the Kindle is a little bit lower, people will be more willing to buy it. Now, paperback. Why paperback varies? Well, it varies because of your competition. So it depends who's your competitor. If we go here, for instance, and we go back into the carnivore diet, the one that we were looking at, you have to have a look at how much your competitor are selling. And eventually, my suggestion is you want to stay between $1 and $3 less than your competitors. So you head over here, you have a look at your competitors. Like this one is like $17. Well, have a look at the price track as well, $18.80. This is $15.88. This one is $21.99. Then you scroll down again. You got $18.99. This is $16.99, $16.99. So you do an average of your first, on the first page of your competitors, and you try to price it between $1 and $3 less. So here, price the paperback $1 to $3 less than the competitors. So that is your initial strategy. So let's say, the average of your competitors are like $16.99 or $15.99. You can price it down like $13.99. If you price it at $13.99, slowly but surely, when it starts selling, the book starts selling every week, you're just going to raise it up of $1. So $13.99, increase the price $1 every 5 to 7 days. Only if the book sells. If the book doesn't really sell, you're not going to put the price up yet. What we're talking about, only if the book sells, I mean, like the book has to sell a little bit consistently. It has to have BSR at least 70,000, 80,000. When it starts selling regularly like this, that means that we can increase $1 every 5 to 7 days. So price it at the beginning $1 to $3 less than your competitors, and then increase the price $1 every 5 to 7 days. The goal is to show Amazon that your book is liked and sells well in the first 30 days after your publication. So that is very, very important as a concept. So now Amazon in the first 30 days is going to push really your book. And if he's going to start moving things around on your first 30 days, then you'll have loads of organic sales coming in as well. Your first 30 days, you want to do it right, and you want to try to push as much as possible. So they don't have to be crazy sales. Like you don't have to sell like a hell in those 30 days, but consistency is the key. The key is you have to sell regularly. If you start selling regularly, without too much ups and downs, then Amazon will love it. So it's enough for the book to sell consistently in the first 30 days. By consistently, I mean 1, 2, 3, 4 copies per day. As I said, the BSR is going to be about 70, 80,000 at least. If the more the merrier. But even if that, it's okay, as long as he keeps doing it consistently. As soon as you publish, don't expect your book to just go fly high straight away, obviously, because it might take a little bit of time, especially the first week. But when you start having the first week, first 10 days, you start getting your reviews, you start having 10, 15, 20 reviews, then that's it. From there, you should just start, selling consistently. So if you get a package of reviews from us, actually they won't arrive all together. You know, if you get 20, 25 reviews or 40, 45 reviews, how many reviews you're going to get? You know, they're not going to come all in once. They're going to be spread out over a few weeks. So at the beginning, you might get, you know, when you gather 10, 15, then surely, but slowly but surely, you're going to get more and more and more. From there, Amazon will love your book because you'll have reviews already, 10, 15 reviews, and they're going to come up and you are selling consistently. That's exactly what they want. From there, they're going to push you up as well. As a summary, Kindle first. You're going to publish Kindle, not paperback. You're going to wait for the paperback to publish until you got some reviews. So don't do the error of publish Kindle and paperback together. Please don't do that. Just start with a Kindle. If you want to get some verified purchase, verified reviews, you know, just price it at 0.99. If you want to get them unverified, price it at $9.99. Now, when you build up 10, 15 reviews, that might take you 1, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It doesn't matter. When don't start publish your paperback with 0 reviews. So get 10, 15 reviews to begin with, and then get it going. Now, price the paperback from my perspective. Just do an average of your competitors, and eventually price it $1 to $3 less from your competitor. Then from there, when you start selling regularly, and we know what we're talking about when we say regularly, you just increase the price $1 every 5 to 7 days. The goal is to show Amazon that your book is good and then people like it and sells well in the first 30 days of the publication. That's very, very important. If you push in those 30 days, that's enough for you to get some consistency and get it pushed by Amazon itself. Okay? All right. See you all in the next video. Welcome back. We are here finally. Create, manage, publish your book. So once you got everything ready and you create an account, it's about time for you to launch your book, especially the Kindle version. So we're here. This is our bookshelf. After we got everything, we have our book, our description, our title, subtitle, everything. All the packages completed with the cover, the A+ content, and everything. Now we're gonna launch the book. How are we gonna launch the book? First of all, we have to launch the Kindle version, not the paperback straight away. We launch the Kindle version, and we will try to gather as many reviews as possible before we get the paperback out. So how are we gonna do this? We're just gonna click on Create. It brings you to this page. Here you're going to go on to Kindle, create ebook. Now, very easy. You have to follow through and answer all the questions. So language is going to be in English. Here you're going to put your title and your subtitle, obviously, which we have. Series, if it's a series, we're not bothered with that. Edition number. So we're not interested with the edition number or the series. Oh, by the way, I forgot. Obviously, in English, if you are publishing on a .com market, but if you publish on France, German, French, Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, Dutch, you just change the language here, obviously. Yeah, I give that for granted. So series, we'll leave it alone. Edition number, we're not touching that. Author, your pen name, you need to put it there. Remember we had a conversation about the pen name? So let's say I put John Smith. Let's say John Smith. Now, contributor, leave it aside. Description, you're going to put your description here, the one you have. You copy and paste it here. Now, publishing rights, you're going to put I own the copyrights and I hold necessary publishing rights. Yep, that's good. Now, sexually explicit image or title, you're going to click no here. Obviously, especially, I hope you don't anyway. Primary marketplace, Amazon.com. Now choose categories. Now here you click on this and you select your categories. So in case it's a cookbook, you're going to put cookbooks, and then you can put whatever it is that, you know, let's say outdoor cooking, depends, special diet maybe if you were doing a diabetic diet or whatever. And then we put diabetics, gluten-free, food allergies, or healthy. You have to put 3. So you make sure you do that and think of that through a little bit, because then if you want to change this with Amazon is a little bit of a pain, like you have to open a ticket and, you know. So maybe you can put low cholesterol, low carb, ketogenic, healthy, heart healthy, low fat. I know there's a lot of them anyway, so make sure you do your thing correctly. Okay? And then you go save categories. Now, keywords. This is important. You will need the help of a tool called Cerebro for this. I mean, you can take your title, put it into ChatGPT, and ask it to come up with the 7 keywords that are gonna rank well on this. But my suggestion is you want to get access to Helium 10. So Helium 10 Cerebro. So what I explained to you exactly what you want to do. So first of all, you want to go to Amazon, and let's say we were doing a book on carnivore diet. You want to go, you pick up the ASIN number of your best. You see this one here on top is the ASIN number. You can also open it from the actual book itself. But let's say this one is one of the top competitor. Let's say these are all your competitor. You want to take a competitor that is your independent publisher competitor number one that is doing very well. Like this one is 4,000, this one is 4,119. So I take this one here and I copy his ASIN number, which is this one. Okay, so let me just see. It's another one here. It's the same guy. Is it? Yeah. So if I copy this one, I just need to click on that and I copy it. Then I need to go to Helium 10. So Helium 10 is a fantastic tool that you eventually, if you do this business seriously, I'm suggesting you to get it because it's essential. So now we have actually managed to get a subscription discount. So if you use this code, the Ghostmaster 20 or the Ghostmaster 10, you'll be able to get 20% discount or 10% discount. So I'll leave the link in the sum of the files for this course, so you will have it there. But they give you 20% discount for 6 months or 10% for every month when you use this code. So my suggestion is take a 20% discount. You see, this is how much you're going to spend. Normally it costs $99. With this one, it costs $79. Do it for 6 months, and then you can change an email and redo it every 6 months with a different email, and at least you got 20% discount. This is what I will do. Again, I will leave you the code. You can either go into their page, and then when they ask you for a discount code, you put Ghostmaster 20 or Ghostmaster 10 if you want to do for every month or just monthly. But nonetheless, my suggestion is do it from here, $79.20, and every 6 months you change your email. Anyway, we copy our ASIN number and we're gonna paste it here. You see that? And we go search. Yep, when we get to here, this tool will tell me the keywords that this book is ranking. So you got here the main keyword that this guy is using, as you can see, all them here. Now, what you want to do, you want to go to organic rank and you want to put from 1 to 5 and you give it a go. Forget about this. The results are going to be here. Again, you have a look at the keyword cells. Most likely they're going to be very similar, as you can tell. So you take in those 7, the first 7, the most ranking one from search volume, as you can tell, and you are going to put it into your account here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So I have just done it here. Look, carnivore diet, carnivore diet cookbook for beginners. So this is the best way to do it at this stage. So you get your main competitor ASIN number, you put it here, and you are applying the filters from organic rank from 1 to 5. Then you scroll down, you have a look at the first 7 keywords here, and you just copy them and you put them into your account here. When you get here, you just save and continue it. Enter description. Enter description. Just put this. Every time you got an issue, it will just save and continue. Done. Now I'm ready to upload my book. I'm just gonna upload any PDF here, just right. When it's done, we're gonna go into a uploading the cover. So we upload any cover that we got hanging around. Let's have a look. Upload your convert cover file. When that is done, we're gonna go down here where it says Amazon's collecting information about the use of AI. So did you use AI tools in creating text image? If you did use, you have to click yes. And also you have to put what you have used. Now here in this case, let's say I have some section with editing or minimal no editing. So you choose one of those, and here you say maybe chat GPT. Chat GPT. And if you have used otherwise leave it like that. Here you have to put something, one of you, many. So you can put none if you haven't, and then none again if you haven't. That's it. Now you scroll down. Oh, before I forget, it's important that if you delegate somebody, you hire somebody like a professional, you want to know if he used AI to do this. Because if he hasn't, you're gonna put no. It has to tell you, because otherwise you won't be able to fill this part correctly. So you don't want to risk. Okay. Now here you can leave it like that, and you're just gonna put save and continue. Here you got KDP select enrollment. I will leave it aside for the time being. To be fair, I wouldn't get enrolled into this, so we'll leave it there. Territories, you will leave all territories just like this. And primary marketplace, you done all territories. You're gonna put Amazon.com. If you're gonna do individual territories, then you're gonna change something here, and it might change there as well. But for the time being, we're talking about Amazon.com, so we're gonna stick with this. Now, pricing, royalty, and distribution. We're going to put select the royalty plan and set your Kindle ebook list price below. We're going to click on 35% and we're going to set the price at 99 cents. Like that. And that's it. We don't care about all the other, Amazon.co.uk, Amazon.de. If we're talking about US market, we're going to put $0.99 and we'll just leave it as that. When you're ready, you're going to click on publish your Kindle book and off you go. Now this is a test obviously, so I'm not going to do that at the moment. I'm just going to go back here and get my bookshelf. Continue without saving. So here you ending up with your draft. You'll have your draft here. So you will have to get about, wait a few days, try to get 10 reviews. Obviously, we have a review service. You can get in touch with us, but if not, you try to get your 10. Don't publish your paperback without reviews. So at least get at least 10 reviews, and then you publish your paperback. So how would you do that? Well, you're gonna easily go here and click create paperback. When you click on create paperback, obviously language is the same, book title is going to be the same, all your details that you previously put in there, they're going to be the same because obviously they're connected. Apart from the categories. So when you get here, you're going to find your categories and you have to choose categories again. So choose something again. If it's a cookbook, just go cookbook. Special diet. Subcategories. Yeah, you can. No, maybe not. Select one of these subcategories. Then you can go heart healthy, low fat, paleo, let's say. Okay, and then you save categories. Obviously here you have to put categories that they got something to do with your book. Like if you do a computer, like a computer guide, you're not going to put cookbooks. Yeah, I just get this for granted, but better mention it. Now, keywords. If you had the previous one, you can leave those. There's no problem at all whatsoever, so you can leave them. You can leave them there, and then you're just going to go publication date and release date are the same. Release my book for sale now and save and continue. Here, when you get here, you can click on get a free KDP ISBN, sorry, and you can use a free ISBN. So just click assign. That's it. Here is the time to choose what did you actually publish on your paperback. So if it's a black and white interior with white paper, you just click black and white interior. If it's a color one, I'll suggest you to click standard color interior with white paper just to keep the cost down. Don't go with premium color interior with white paper. So size, you're just gonna put the different size, whatever size you choose to. So in our case, it was more of a 8.5 by 11, so that's gonna be the one. I'll go for no bleed, and most likely the cover is gonna be glossy. It's gonna look way better than matte. So now upload your manuscript. So I'm just gonna get anything that I got in PDF to put up there just for this purpose. Yep. Totally random. Yep, saved. Now upload your cover like we did earlier with the previous Kindle version. So you upload your cover file, whatever, choose one. Oh, let me just get something here. It's gonna be that. Great. Now, same as before, we're gonna go AI generated content. We're just gonna put exactly what we did before because it's exactly the same book, is it? So some section with whatever, some section with extensive editing. We're gonna put ChatGPT and image none, let's say, and translation none. And now we can go and launch previewer. All right, this is our book. Obviously, just to blur this out because I don't want to show you my stuff, to be fair. But that's more or less what's happening. Right, this is the bit where if you got any errors on your book, it will tell you. Now, you won't be able to see here, but, you know, it will highlight some of the error in red. And that is because, obviously, you know, I've done this quickly. So, but generally speaking, if you have any errors here, it will tell you, it will highlight it with red. Okay. Now, when we're done that, we can approve. I'm gonna scroll back down. Here, you're gonna have your cost, your printing cost. Okay. So in this particular case, with this book, whatever I uploaded is gonna be $4.32. We save and continue it. So when we get here, eventually, as before, it's about time to choose a price. So whatever price you're gonna put. So let's say you want to do $16.99. You're just gonna put $16.99 here. Okay. So if you are in a country where you know, like this one, for instance, included VAT is 13.20. Sometimes, you know, like if you publish in Germany, or just this out of curiosity, this is us.com, but if you publish, like you see here, at 1567, it comes up as 1677. So if you are publishing in one of these country and you want to have this price, let's say 16.99, imagine you want to 1567 there. So you want to go down here and change this one to, let's say, 14.55. You know what I'm trying to say. You can change this price until it gets into the price that you are interested on. Okay, so just normally you won't need to do that because there is no VAT or estimate VAT on the list price for the US. But if you go UK, you won't have any problem. But if you go to Europe, you might have some discrepancy with the numbers. So you need to make sure you put the final price, the price that you choose. So here, when you decide your price and everything is done, it tells you your printing cost, the rate 60%, and the royalties. So every time you sell one book, you're going to get $5.88. So when it's all done, finally you got everything sorted and you're going to click on publish your paperback book. Now, obviously, I'm not going to do this because this is just a test, but I'm just going to go back here. Continue without saving. Okay, so for this video is everything. Actually, there's one more thing. If you want to do a hardcover, you're going to click on this and you're going to redo exactly the same process as we've done. You need everything that you got for the paperback is going to be fine. So don't worry about that. But obviously, you will need a different cover. So your cover needs to be addressed for the hardcover version. But everything else, you can use what you use, the PDF, everything, the manuscript PDF that you had for your paperback. Okay? So this is exciting time. When you get to this point, that's it. You're about to go. And, hopefully you will get the most out of this and you will be successful. So happy days. I'll see you all in the next video. Alright guys, welcome back to this video. Just quickly, just to show you a couple of things about this fantastic tool that is Cerebro by Helium 10. So we have a link for you to get discount on Helium 10. Helium 10 is very good, and let me tell you why. When it's about time for you to put your keywords into your 7 keywords, or when you have to search for keywords, or if you want to explore what your competition is doing. If I'm interested in this book, as you can see, and I want to know where this guy is putting his keywords, where he's putting his money, what kind of ads is running. What I can do is copy his as in and paste it into Cerebro. As you can see here, I can go here, I paste it there, and then I click search. It will open a new page. There we have it. Now that is when it put me this one here. I'm just going to click on get keyword. And when I scroll down, I have the book, and here I have the keywords that you use normally. An interesting fact here is I can see is paying ads like organic and pay. Also here, if I'm going to put organic rank and I'm going to put 1, 2, let's say 5, and I go apply filters, then I want to search by volume. So click that one there. And look, here I got all the main keywords that this guy is put down onto his book. So Carnivore Diet Cookbook, Carnivore Diet for Beginners, and so on. So obviously there's a lot of things that you can do with this tool. It is very handy to have it. Is it fully necessary? No. If you're a beginner, is no, but it's very helpful if you do. Now the full Cerebro suite, you got platinum and diamond, I believe, and one cost, I believe, $99, and another one cost $200, something like that. And we're talking about monthly payment. Now we managed to get a discount, so if you want, you can get 20% discount off 6 months when you use Ghostmaster 20. I'm gonna leave the link somewhere into these files for this video course, and or you can get the 10% every month with Ghostmaster 10. My suggestion is just when you click on this, you create your account. Obviously you get the 20% platinum plan. Look at this, $79.20 a month rather than $99, and it lasts for 6 months, and eventually after 6 months you can do it again with a different email. Nobody cares. You can do as many email as you want, as you know, so for free, so you're never gonna have any problem for that, and you're gonna run for a few years with 20% discount if you want to. So it's up to you. If you only want to do it monthly and do month by month, and maybe you do it 1 month and you don't do it next month, then you can do Ghostmaster 10 and you can do it like that. So Cerebro, very good tool, to very, very useful, very, very useful. If you start building up a good rank of sales, that is definitely something that you want to do. That's all for this lesson. I'll see you all in the next one. Thank you.